Good evening. Oh, my voice. I woke up and it was kind of is it Friday? Is it Friday? I thought it was still Thursday. For some reason. So, I have my throat tea today for that. It's not like terrible. It's not too terrible. But it might sound a little crackly. Okay, it's really hot. It's really hot. Hello, Arcros. Hello, Jen. Hello, Cliff. Hello, Southwestern. I can already hear the bird noises. I have it up in the background, and it's just kind of, it reminds me of the morning now. It used to be quite quiet in the mornings, and now it's really loud. It's really loud in the mornings. The birds are coming back in full force. I haven't actually refilled the bird feeder recently, out of fear of the squirrel taking everything. I probably should. I need to move it so it's a bit higher. There's got to be a sweet spot on the window against the squirrel. Let me see something else. So something I I didn't have the European expansion earlier, so I went out and bought it. And in the meantime, I noticed, oh, there was a patch for the game. And then there's also, they released a special Ramadan edition seasonal background. It looks like a lot of the new seasonal ones that are, I want to say, truly seasonal are spin-offs, variations of currently existing maps. Actually, hold on. I did play around this yesterday. Yesterday, I played around. I didn't actually realize I was playing with the European expansion on, but I only apparently met 2 birds from there. And I'm quite pleased with the results that I got. The only thing is that, I think it was a very lucky game on my part. It was extremely lucky. I don't know if I'm going to be able to replicate that. Let me show my score. I didn't break 100. I did not break 100, but it was just kind of a perfect storm of not having to go look for food myself. So I managed to put down like I don't want to say a stupid amount of birds. I managed to put down like 12 or 13 birds. It was ridiculous. I had nearly all the bird slots filled out. And that may not necessarily be I want to say, in this case it was a good thing because one of the score bits for the season was have the most birds. So it was kind of a, well, at least I win that. Even if the birds are kind of low points, which they weren't necessarily low points. I'll have won that. Let me grab up my score. What? Where is it? Don't tell me it's not loaded. It's not showing it properly. I wonder why. Do I have it set to a really weird filter or something? Oh, I had it crop. I had it crop more than the actual size of the screen or size of the image. Actually. So yeah, you can see the score. I'm the top bird. And look at all them seasonals. Whatever season. It really, and this was with 2 hard AI and a medium, so it's kind of a case of Maybe it really was a perfect storm. Maybe it was a perfect storm. Okay. Let me see. Actually, I probably need to stop my tea from steeping. Give me a second. What? Okay. Okay, let's see. Birds. You can hear the Wingspan audio. Hopefully you can hear the birds. They may not be super loud though. I might have to like bring up the volume a bit. If we want maximum bird noises, give me a second. Let's bring up maximum bird noises. This is maximum bird noises. Oh, actually, is it? Hold on. Realizing that it might be a case of, did I lower the volume through different means? And the answer is no. This is actually the maximum the bird noises can go. This is maximum bird noises can go. Unless I do this. Let's put it back down. It doesn't need to be that loud. I just want bird noises. Maybe a little lower. Is this better? There's also a case of, do I put music or just like literally only bird noises? Only bird noises. To show you it was. How about this one? This game. Oh, here's a sneak peek at the Ramadan map. Let's go to the details. God, look at how many birds. This is a lot of birds for Wingspan on a tableau. On a tableau versus this. It's a wonder. Automata. Automa? Automa. I still haven't actually played with the Automa. Automa. Let's turn them all up hard. Let's turn them all in hard. But yeah, I thought that I had European expansion off earlier, but I think I actually had it on. So we're gonna turn on this. We could also simply play with European expansion only to only see new cards. Wondering, there's only 5 bonus cards then. Only 5 bonus cards. But, so the question is, there's some new backgrounds too. So I was picking out one. So like if we have our pigeon fella, I put him in the city. They give us kind of Stonehenge too. They give us Stonehenge. This is the Ramadan seasonal background. It's a riff on, I believe, the 4th of, like the summer background. They have a 4th of July background in here. Unless they modify it. I think they just modify it, I guess. Because that's the reason why it has a cannon. It's the reason why it has a cannon. It's so weird. I'm thinking they also had one for New Year. They had one for New Year. And I think that they modified this seasonal background for it. But you can't, it's not included as part of the seasonal background set, unfortunately. I guess they did the same thing with the tiger. So they're like truly limited edition. You can only play with them while they're available through Steam, which is a bit sad. I wanted to see what the tiger one was like. And the rabbit one too. But I was really also surprised a bit that they don't have one for like St. Patrick's Day. Come on. Otherwise I would have played it then, but it was kind of a Valentine's Day is too late. We didn't hit that it's not time for Easter, and it's not really spring blossom time either. Okay. I heard something and I thought, like, wait, but didn't I change the audio for the word band? Didn't I change the audio for the word band? No, it's the actual cat himself. Give me a second. He wants something. What does he want? Mic was muted. I could have swore I heard a cat, like right outside, crying. But there was no one there. There was nothing there. Not a single cat. I don't even know if he's like I don't even know if he was on that floor. Like, so maybe he's on a different floor, but he had to have been crying really loud for me to be able to hear him. I tried to have another introduction between him and the other cat. It didn't go great. It didn't go great, unfortunately. So maybe he's crying at her door, and I can hear it from there. But it just sounded like there's a couple different noises, right? So there's the, like, I'm kind of bored meowing. There's a chat back meowing. And then there's the, like, I'm desperate. I am absolutely desperately begging for something. My life is going to end over this kind of begging. And it kind of sounded like the third one. He's taken to doing that one even when he's not really desperately in need. I guess there's 2 levels of that, actually, now that I think about it, because there's also a different one where it is like he truly dire straits. Truly dire straits. Like when I'm trying to scoop him up into the vets. Thank you, BNS, for the follow. BNSF. Sorry, I missed that last letter. BNSF. I did have to bring him to the vet, which is how I know that I thought to differentiate that noise, though. He had an ear infection. Grilled squirrel? I think I have a recipe for that. I've never tried it. Grilled squirrel? Had to say it. I actually have a cookbook that I think goes into a lot of different roadkill. It's part of a really, really, really big cookbook, though. So it's from, I'm trying to think. The original one might be from before the, actually, how old is it? How old is it? Now that I think about it. I could go fetch that cookbook. Sure has a recipe for grilled squirrel. It's not the joy of cooking, right? Because it is the joy of cooking, I think. It's the joy of cooking. Very, very classic cookbook. And it started to be in print in 1936, so it has a lot of old style recipes, but they do update it. It's really handy if you need a basic reference for how to make a lot of things. I've used it to make. I think there is actually a section on like Jello molds. Let's see. Have I heard of the joy of painting? I know of Bob Ross. I've watched some Bob Ross, but I don't think I've ever actually followed a Bob Ross tutorial. I know that he has a... I say he. There is a channel on Twitch that actually streams like Bob Ross 24/7. His old shows. And he has emotes because there's someone I watch who does painting, but not 2D painting. He does 3D painting. He paints minifigures. And so he uses the emote sometimes. He uses the emote, one of the emotes, the Bob Ross face emote. So, yeah, actually, I probably watched Bob Ross when he was actually producing new episodes. I saw him when he was producing new episodes. I am going to be playing Wingspan. Sorry, my drink. I'm going to be playing Wingspan. It is a tableau builder, I guess? I only recently learned about this term, tableau builder. It's... okay, they call it card-driven engine building board game. It's a game I've played a couple times on stream before. I have the physical book. I have the physical board game too. Including, I believe, the Oceania expansion. I don't know what Disney Dreamlight Valley is. What kind of game is that? I'm just picking out backgrounds and stuff because it's kind of a case of, do I go with the... I have the Ramadan background and the cherry blossoms. We're going to do the first one. We'll do the first one with cherry blossoms first. We'll do cherry blossoms first. If we get time for a second game, which we might, we'll do a Ramadan background. We'll swap out the duck for Ramadan. I'm kind of tempted to do this, but the tulips aren't sprouting yet. The tulips are not sprouting yet. It was really surprising to see, like, oh shit, the daffodils are up. I'm running out of time. I'm running out of time. I checked my notes and I had hyacinths popping up on April 9th of last year. I don't have any time for when the daffodils popped up, so it's a bit worrisome. It's a bit worrisome. Okay. We have all these on. It's kind of a case of... This is fine. This is fine, probably. This is fine. I don't remember which one's which. I guess this is... everyone has their own individual goal. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, right. So there's Terra Bozu on here. It's Terra Bozu, right? It's... Give me a second. Like, that is the full name of it? Terra Bozu? Just kind of a case of, did I mix it up with the name of an artist? and you click them, and they kind of go swish, swish. The animation's a little strange, but... click... Oh! You can click all of them. And the sunlight's coming down. I guess that's the only interaction point on here. Little rain dolls. So they're supposed to keep rain away. They're supposed to prevent rainy weather. Good evening, Hayden. How are you? Oh, sorry, the pink just kind of... I don't want to say it scared me necessarily, but it was just kind of a... surprised that it was that close in the foreground. There's one more thing I'm going to do. I haven't done this before. Or I've only done this, I think, once before. I'm going to try something out. That's not it. That's not it. I should probably lock myself, honestly. Where is it? Where is it? Mm. There was something I wanted to try. I just have to find the right place for it. It's not this one. It's this one? It's not this one. It's not this one? Ah, it is this one. I can... Okay. Actually, this just really... This only makes me greener! This only makes me greener! Okay, I'm gonna do something that might be a little silly right now. So I put on display lighting, so I'm matching the board a bit closer, so it just made me greener all around. I'm gonna try the overlay and see. I'm moving it from 40 to something else. Whoa, okay. What's smoothing? Oh, smoothing is for change of color. Okay. 40 is probably good. I'm just gonna be greener than normal. That's okay for this season, though. That's okay for this season. Like a slightly, very, not quite tan. Not quite tan. So, start with, we get to keep, we get to keep 5 things between the food and the birds. First, though, we're going to kind of skip a little bit. This is fine. It's not really skipping. Hold on, wait a second. Just that both of these are from the European expansion, so it's kind of a case of, okay, not everything is European expansion. We are playing with the base as well. As I said, that they just had a patch update, so it's kind of fixing a few errors that they had. So... Okay. Checking to see, like, okay, this isn't a known flaw, is it? No. So, these are bonus cards. They're another way to earn points. And everyone, I believe, has a different bonus card. That was one of the things that we chose and set up. The flowers. Actually, wait, hold on. Ethologist had a... Oh, sorry, there was a patch for an ecologist problem, potentially. One of the bug fixes was changes in the counting of played birds. Possible fix for the ecologist bonus card problem. So it's kind of a... Is this the ecologist card? No, it's the ethologist. Ethologist. So, 4. The maximum points here is 8. However, honestly, I don't necessarily... Brown is super good. Brown is super good. I haven't actually had a chance to play too many pink. I wanted to, but I had to make a hard choice last game, so I went with a brown power instead. So I think we're going to go with a bird bander. It's easier to reach, I feel like. It's easier to reach. Especially because, looking at this... I'm sorry for laughing so loud. Give me a second. Just that we... Okay. Birds that can live in multiple habitats. None of these birds can live in alternate habitats. They literally can only live in one. I'm going to explain the bird cards a little bit. So, we have... In real life, or if this were a non-digital game... We'd have a big board in front of us that would have 3 sets of slots. 3 rows of, I believe, 5 slots, maybe 4 slots. I think it's 5, though. I think it must be 5, actually. It must be 5 slots. I hear him again. And he's even louder this time. He has to be out there. Give me a second. This unruly child. Hello? Are you gonna come up? Are you gonna be good? You're not. No. No. He likes watching. He likes watching the birds. He likes watching dragonflies and stuff on this. Oh, he's found the cherry blossoms. He's found the cherry blossoms. Oh, come on. Be good. Don't get into my tea, please. Thank you. Hi. Who's got clean ears? Not quite you yet. Come on. Yeah? Yeah? Can you hear him? Can you hear him purring? He's right by the mic. I'm trying to like pet him into the mic. It's not going so hot. Hi. Good boy. Come settle down. Come settle down. Ah. Okay. Yeah? He really is watching the petals. Oh, and the fact that he gets to watch them on either screen now because of OBS. He didn't have that option using hanging out with me earlier. Oh, he just flopped onto my hand. At least it's not a game where it matters too much. Hi. Yeah? Oh, big purse. He's got the big purse coming out now. Okay. No, I didn't want to... Not trivia. Okay. Now that the cat is kind of dealt with. Barely hear the purring. Maybe during break, if there is one, I'll grab out the 3DO and you can hear his purring if he's still around. He doesn't have an upper respiratory infection. He doesn't have a kitty cold anymore. And his ear infection should be clearing up. He got medication for it, and he's getting medication for it. The change in pitch after he flopped. Oh, Sicky. Come on. Yeah. He flopped far from the mic now, so you probably won't hear him anymore, but he's just going to be a nuisance. Actually, he is a nuisance. Give me a second. Where's my nuisance? Where's my nuisance? Where's my nuisance? Ah, that's not the nuisance. I really should just lock myself. Okay. I need to remember something. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Okay. I have my nuisance. I have my nuisance. I have my nuisance. So we have a tableau of 3 rows, I believe, of 5. And if we oh, I can move it down. Okay, so this board represents it. There is a water area where you can place birds that have the water symbol. A field, a meadow, where you can place birds that have the meadow symbol. And then there is the forest, where you can place birds with the forest symbol. There are birds, if we look here, like this bird down here, the song sparrow, can go into any of those areas. But ones that only have one symbol can only go in that area. So that matches this. There's also this kind of in the air symbol, and that is something that isn't really used in the digital version, but for our version, or for the board, it symbolizes birds that you're playing. These are each of these environments is a place you can play a bird, but it is also a place where you can earn stuff. So in the forest, you see that there's a bird feeder down here in the corner. This is usually where there's the most human interaction, I suppose. This is where you can get food to feed the birds in the forest. The field is where birds lay their eggs, in this case. And the water is where you acquire new birds, which is why there's this open pool down here, so to speak. I just realized the pun of it being an open pool when there's actually a waterway. Oops. So there's always a set of 3 that are available that are drawn from a shuffle deck, and the shuffle deck is on the side. When you grab new birds, you can either grab from the open pool or you can grab the top card from... What? I got gnomed? I got gnomed. Gnome is visible, right? I saw myself move and I heard it, but I don't remember seeing the gnome. Did I accidentally turn the gnome off? What? Where's gnome? Do I not have gnome? Okay, I can't. Give me one. I'm gonna throw myself a gnome. Okay, gnome is visible. I'm just blind. I guess it was coming in from the side, and I couldn't quite see it. It came from my blind side. Oh, come on, be good. Be good. Yeah, hi. You're gonna be a nuisance again. The aim of the game, as ever, is points. Points are born through the birds themselves, so this is worth 5 points. This is 7 points by having them down on your mat. They don't count if they don't count if they're in your hands. There are points for special things that are up in the corner here, like this European expansion one of food cost of played birds. So the most expensively fed birds. If you have the most expensively fed bird collection, then you get points. So in that case, like this bird counts 3. It's 3 for that because you need a fish and a bug and a mouse. Versus the one next to the barred owl, which is only a mouse. Only a single mouse. That's unusual. Number of food tokens in your personal supply. Normally food tokens they're not worth anything at the end. They're only worthwhile for playing for birds. Or potentially other things. So there is the pygmy nuthatch here, for instance, when it has a thing about tuck a card from your hand behind this bird. That is a point. Everything that you like tuck or put on this bird, any of these birds, is a point. Eggs at the end of the game on your birds, that's a point. Food cached on a bird, that's a point. Cards tucked behind the bird, that's a point. Why are you licking the keyboard? You're so weird. There's also things like eggs in this type of nest. I don't know what kind of nest this counts as, or like what the name of the nest is. It's a like hole in a tree nest. Hole in a tree nest. So having the most eggs in those types of things. There's also let's see if it's available here. There is not. There's a bunch of different type of nests. There's also a star one, which is kind of a free-for-all. It counts for any and all. You also know that there's a wingspan below it. Wingspans are sometimes important to the game. They're sometimes important to the game. There are other cards. There are bonus cards, and there are birds that talk about wingspan size. For instance, the barred owl. You get to peek at the water draw deck. And if the bird is if the bird is small enough, if it's smaller than the barred owl, you get to tuck it behind. So basically, hey, that's a food point, sort of. That's a food point. It's a predator skill thing. And predator cards are marked by these little skull and crossbones. hollows? That is a good point. Actually, hold on. I forgot to add something to my thing here, but I'm gonna do it here. Because I'm gonna use this link so I can get to the rule set. I'm gonna use this link so I can get to the rule set. Eh? Why is everything in red? Is it because... Oh, cat. It's cat. They do have the rules available for download on here for free. They do that for all their games, which we've already seen with Scythe. Sorry, they have all the rules. All the rules. So it's kind of a which one do I need for the base game again? Which one do I need? Let me check. Okay, cavity. They call it cavity. There are 5 types of symbols. There is the platform, which is visible on the American Bittern. There's the bowl, which is available on the Say's Phoebe. There is the cavity, which is on the pygmy nuthatch, the eastern bluebird, and the barred owl. And then there is last bird, which I think is going to have an example in the waterway here. The western meadowlark, which is ground. They just lay it on the ground. They just don't care, and they lay it on the ground. And then there's the wild, which is a star, which are like weird nests. Oh, and apparently the whole, so there are also these egg spots on the bottom. The eggs are actually very much like Cadbury eggs, except they're made out of plastic or wood. I can't remember which. But like in terms of how they look and the general, maybe not weight, but there's something about them that's just very evocative of Cadbury. The Cadbury eggs. The small ones, the small, like, I say Cadbury, maybe they're not Cadbury? The small candy eggs that have a hard chocolate coating that crunches, and then a still kind of hard inner chocolate. Not the taste? I haven't eaten one of these, so I can't tell you. Not Kinder Egg. No. Smaller than that. It's not like a Cadbury caramel or a Cadbury cream egg. No, it's I don't know what it's called. It's not robin eggs either, because those are like jelly, aren't they? Cadbury mini eggs. So it was Cadbury after all. But the cat is making it a little difficult. He's resting very carefully on my hands. So the number of spots on each card actually is representative of how many eggs that they tend to lay a year, but it's kind of a scale. It's a scale system, because I guess in some cases it might be 16 or 30 eggs, but they can't have that many slots. Yeah, it's way comfy. It's a lot less. It can be competitive, but it's not nearly as confrontational as the other ones, because the only points where you can really interact with each other is, or like I suppose really fuck each other over, is at the pool here, where you can take bird cards before someone else, pretty much, just simply because of turn order. Okay, come on, can we get a little bit more comfy? Can we get a little more comfy? I need to move. I need to move it a little bit more, okay? You're okay with that? What's up with this? Hold on. What did you do? Did you get into a fight with her when I wasn't... Did you get into a fight when I wasn't looking? Back on my hands. Back on my hands. Okay. Yeah. I'm not gonna get away from it. I'm not gonna get away from it. Let's see. And also all the birds have trivia on them. And they also animate a little bit when you put them down. And also you can hear their noises. It is an accurate bird game. This is accurate bird game. Okay. And we have maximum. We have bird noises turned up. Not quite all the way, but pretty close. Pretty close. But yeah, so normally I would go for the bird bander where birds can live in multiple habitats, except our starting hand is... I say starting hands. We could theoretically skip all the birds in here. Like, we don't have to pick these up. Or we can kind of use them as fodder, depending. Let me see what's in here. Song sparrow is the only one that fits what we need. If this bird is to the right... It's that fucking bird. Okay. This is something that I tend to see. Oh, right, the great blue heron is pretty good. Because it's a play 2 for the action of 1. I got to play 2 of those last game. That really helped. Like, the song sparrow is kind of... Eh. It's good in certain situations. I don't think this is a good situation. I say that because, so if the bird is to the right of all other birds in its habitat, let's say we play the great blue heron in the waterway, and at the same time with its ability, we get to play the song sparrow, and we play this right at the end of a season where the extra point score is birds and waterways. That's pretty good. It's counted right away. It's counted right away at the end of that season. And if there's another later seasonal point scoring thing for birds in the woods or something like that, if we were to immediately activate the waterway, we could move the song sparrow into the woods instead if we wanted to, just to fill out that slot. That's just considering points too. There's also the case of being able to use it to gain extra actions in each area. But that's complicated. I shouldn't say it's a complicated maneuver, but it's a thought requiring maneuver, which I don't know if I'm going to necessarily have right now. I'm not certain. I have a drink with me, so. So I'm actually not really looking forward to having I'm not really planning on looking forward to using any of these birds because of my bird bander. But we only need 6 that fit that need to get the most points, but 4 to 5, okay. What bad luck, what bad luck. Each of these cards... Okay, this one's actually good. This is a good one. Because it's the pay 1 action to play 2 birds. That's useful. Despite it being only in 1 area. Oh, and you can hear the noise. I said that I wasn't going to play most of these, and now it's more of a case of, you know what? You know what? Maybe I will. Maybe I will, even though it's not optimal. Let's see. Did you hear that? Hold on. It's It's a little screechy. That is an unoiled metal door, isn't it? It's an unoiled metal door in summer. Okay, I'm gonna deselect it. I'm kind of tempted to do the pygmy nut hatch though, simply because it's from my hands. Actually, what's in the food pile? What's in the food pile? Wow. Okay, that's not super useful. If I do this, if I pay for that, this might be a good first move actually. And then it's just a case of, do I want any of these other ones? And it's kind of an... Okay. This is our setup. We're going to have the Eastern Bluebird and Pygmy Nut Hatch. It's not a great setup. It's not a great setup, to be honest. Yeah, I think the only interaction point they... Oh, wait. Whoa. Oops. I feel like maybe I shouldn't have done that. Just flowers forever. Gonna end up with nothing. Gonna end up with nothing. Actually, I wonder if we can click the tether from over here. We can! We can! Yeah, I don't think there's anything on this sheet that we can interact with. Okay. My plan is going to be kind of start building the food engine, which is kind of a shame. Because it would be great if I didn't have to, if I could rely on other people giving me food. That's, I'm not going to say that's going to be me this game, but it feels like it's going to be. And it's kind of an, I didn't think this through. I didn't quite think this through. Because I wanted to activate this next turn, but I also want to... Let me see. Okay. This is going to be a little rough. I want to be able to activate that ability, so to do that, I need to give it a card, and I don't want to give it the Eastern Bluebird, to be honest, because this is a good bird. It's either that, or I grab the Great Blue Heron. And I can only grab one card at a time. So, what I did was, technically, I used this action this turn, or this past turn, the aerial one, to play a bird. What I'm going to be doing now is I'm going to be using the waterway action, which is to get a bird. I'm going to acquire a bird. And then now it's just a case of, I want the Great Blue Heron because, again, like playing two birds for the cost of one is good. We only have 7 actions that we can do in this season. Every season, there's going to be 4 seasons. We're going to have one less action than the previous season. Yeah, seasons get shorter. Seasons get shorter as we go along. And I believe that everything is pretty much open. I shouldn't say everything is open information. Not everything is open information. But there's a way to peek at the wallet, essentially, of other players. Peek at their tableau to see what their maths look like. So we can see that everyone else played a bird. Most of them into the forest, but one person into egg laying. And we can also see the pool birds down here. We can also see their trivia and other neat stuff. Let's see. Do I draw the Great Blue Heron and just like save it? Even though I have a bird with the same exact ability, like right over there. could do it and then tuck it. It's kind of shitty. But I'm gonna do it. We're gonna grab it. Let's see. Nice. Someone was asking about why the AI was so slow. I don't actually know if there's a way to speed up the AI, to be honest. Aha, pink power. I initially read that as American avocado. Okay, American avocado. Avocado? Avocado. I wish there was a way to hear the pronunciation of the words. Oh, actually. So yeah, once I play them, once someone plays them, I should say, the birds animate. And you can click on them to hear them. He sounds like a little mouse. Okay, not so much now, but he did sound like a little mouse. He sounded really cute. Really cute. Mice are cute. Mice are cute. Another. Reading the American Avocet thing. Once between turns. When another player takes the lay eggs action, this bird lays one egg on another with a ground nest. It's kind of a... so it's a little bit cuckoo. Is that what it is? That's a good thing though, because it only lays 2 eggs, or only has space for 2 eggs, so laying on someone else's nest is kind of preferable. It's kind of preferable. It's just pooping eggs all over everyone else instead. That would be a good one to put down early, honestly. The cute little noise in the background of that one bird that we played. I didn't notice that. I'm wondering if it's going to happen again. Like, was my earlier 12 bird menagerie cacophony and I just wasn't paying attention? Guess we'll just have to play a lot more birds and find out. Do I put down food? I can't play any of these here, but I can grab food. I can trash a card to get another food. Oh wow, I just realized what the food options were, and it's kind of a no. It's not a great selection of food. That kind of sucks. But I would get a bug. I could get a fish. And I can get a bug, and that means I could play either of these if I do this. I'm gonna do that actually. I'm gonna get a fish. And we're gonna tuck, and it's kind of a case of, right, I was going to do this. Between these two. Between these two. I think I'm probably... Wait. Normally, I would toss the Eastern Bluebird because this one is worth more points, but because of the nest and how I want space in this type of nest for points, I'm gonna toss the heron. Toss, I mean tuck. Gonna get a bug. My engine is really... It's not bad, but my... I just keep thinking about that last game. That went so well. Or that relied on other people. That relied heavily on other people. So there is a card here for, like, when activated, all players lay 1 egg on any ground bird. It was something like that, except everyone gained food. So I was just getting food for doing nothing. It was I would usually end up with at least one piece of food free every turn, simply because of the AI playing those cards, or playing those cards in the first place and then activating them. Actually, hold on. Okay, I didn't actually play anything else. The Song Sparrow is still out. It kind of sucks. If I grab the Western Meadowlark, it's guaranteed. But we're gonna play it wild, and we're gonna draw from the deck. And we got lucky. Holy shit, look at this boy. Look at this boy. Girl, I'm going to assume it's a boy, simply because of how majestic it looks. Look at that. Oh, what is it? During breeding season, male ruffs grow showy collars that can be black, white, or brown. So it is a male. It is a male. I am impressed. I'm impressed. Ground egg, only worth 2 points. It's actually quite small. He's only 56 centimeters. How big is 56 centimeters? I don't do European. What is 56 centimeters. With like that big of a ruff, 22 inches. Okay. Almost 2 feet. Almost 2 feet. Shit, I want to see this emotion. I have to play this bird. Okay. So we get our wish. But he's a round end card. He's a round end card and not in every turn, which is kind of unfortunate. But at the same time, look at him. Tuck up to 3 cards from your hand behind this bird. Draw 1 card for each. So this basically is hoping for trying to get rid of a trash hand. Oh! So we get another card. Because of someone else. Prothonotary Warbler. This is nothing. Nothing. Okay. The name Prothonotary comes from the Catholic scribes who wore yellow hoods. Prothonotary. Okay. So this is oh, it's kind of he doesn't do anything, but he's 8 points. He's 8 points. I need more food. I need more food if I want to pull this combination off. This sucks. We could get 2 food. We might want to do that. Especially because this is a free card. I know he's worth 8 points, but at the same time. So what we're going to do here is we're going to get another bug, because we need another bug if we want to pull this combo off. And we're going to... What? Yeah, sorry, that was my bad. What I wanted to do was this. We're going to get rid of him. Multi-habitat? Yeah, but... yeah. But I'd rather get more done with the stuff that... Oh shit, just realizing. I guess it's the same effect though in the end, the pygmy nuthatch thing. Although... No, it's not the same effect. Hold on. We're gonna undo real quick. So we're actually only going to choose this. And we're going to use the ability from here to tuck, because now this bird is worth at least 1 point. If I had done the other action, that bird would have gone into the trash, and he'd be worth nothing. But because by tucking, he is worth a point. And we were going to get a... let's see. We can do this. We'll use it for the rough. We only need, I think, 4 to 5 birds to make the bird bander worthwhile. We have plenty of birds. We have plenty of birds to go. Okay. So we're going to do the Eastern Bluebird. Oh, shit. I just realized something. Hold on. I can't do this right now. I need to pay an egg in order to do this, and I don't have any eggs. So I have one more thing I have to do before I can pull off this move. This dumb move. And it's kind of an... so I have to lay eggs. Is there... Literally only one bird! Okay. Only one bird. So the actions that we take is going to be the leftmost open spot. And if it has in the brown tab up top an egg, that is the cost that you need to pay in order to play a bird into that spot. So what we're going to do now is we're going to pay this food. We're going to play this bird here for this food. I'll change it for wheat, actually. Bug and wheat. And then we have to spend an egg to finish that. And we have one action left. Just for this. The food cost of all the played birds. Okay, we're going to do a little bit of card counting right now. So, mine is going to be 2, 3, 4, 6. Mine is 6. This one is 4. This one is 4. This one's 5. So, there's... Right now, I'm in the lead. However, there's also simply a chance that I can't do any more for this. Oh. Except now I got a free bird that I don't have the payment for. I don't have the payment for. Okay. It sucks. Whoa, that's, sorry, that, okay, so Hannah's gonna take the first prize for this season because she has 8. She has really expensively fed birds. She has really expensively fed birds. Okay. Ah. We don't necessarily want to play this bird anyway because we want to... I do want to try and focus on the birds that have multiple things, multiple environments, like the common buzzard and the song sparrow. I want to get the common buzzard. I want to get the common buzzard. Oh, right, we didn't actually really see the rough in motion. Look at that. Listen to that. It kind of sounds like... So there's the two noises, right? There's like the tiny, timid sounding like eh. And then there's the other noise, and all I can think about is like, that kind of sounds like a toilet. How does a bird sound like a toilet? It sounds like a very low power flush. It's unfortunate. That wasn't very impressive. Oh, but we can theoretically tuck this bird and exchange it for a different one for the rough. So it might honestly be more worthwhile for me to do that. All it costs is a mouse. I don't have any mice. Okay, buzzard is actually really neat. Okay. You might not be able to fully read it from there. So, it's mouse star for food. In this case, it is a predator card. When played, instead of paying any costs, you may play this card on top of another bird in your player mat. Discard any eggs and food from that bird. It becomes a tucked card, so you can use it to replace a bird. That's really cool. So... I I can't answer that, Berserker Boy, because I've never played Catan. I have never played Catan, ever. I think I've seen people play it a decade ago. It may have been more than a decade ago, but I've never played Catan. There's a couple, I suppose, other big board games that I've never played. I've played some kind of niche ones. I say kind of niche, but I guess like board gaming in general is generally... Board gaming in general is like a huge niche, isn't it? There's so many board games out there. There's so many board games out there. Like, have you ever heard of Magical Treehouse? I also have New York Slice. Bunch of stuff. Oh man. I probably need to go through the library again and cull a bit to make room. Like, the buzzard looks really cool. At the same time, I don't really know if the ability is worth... Wait, actually, hold on. He goes anywhere. He goes anywhere. I can place him on top of the Eastern Bluebird, but he's worth the same amount of points. Although he'd be worth 5 points. But also he'd be overdoing that. I'm not enthused with the birds here, so what I can do is I'm going to... What? Oh. I forgot I was in the middle of an action. I'm going to actually draw a card because worst case scenario, at the end of this turn, I'm going to be able to trash it anyway for another random draw. The Barn Swallow. Okay. It's a tuck. It's a tucker. Tuck a card from your hand behind this bird if you do. Okay, so it's a cheap tuck. But it's a star, and it's only worth 1 point. Wait a second. Wait a second. I wonder what happens in the interaction between the barn swallow and the common buzzard, because it's the barn swallow is a tucker, and for the common buzzard, you discard eggs and food from the bird below it. But you don't discard tucked cards. So it's kind of they all become tucked cards? They all become tucked cards? Because that could be an interesting finishing move, honestly. That's an interesting finishing move. Activate bird. I don't actually know if I've ever seen this before. This is kind of neat. We are going to tuck the wren. The barn swallow is okay. The barn swallow is okay. We're just going to tuck one. Okay, lesser whitethroat. Choose a habitat with no eggs. Lay one egg on each bird in the habitat. Oh, that's cool. That's a new one to me. Of course, it's European expansion. It's worth no points, though. But that's another good one for the common buzzard. And it's a tuck. The rough's a tuck. I talked about I had to bring one of these cats to the vet because his ear was kind of gross. I've been cleaning his ears, but there was an infection, I think. He hated it at the vet. He's very cute though. They kept calling him a sweet, sweet boy. He's not the kind to fight at the vet. He just kind of starts cowering and shutting down. And he ended up trying to burrow into me a couple of times and burrow under blankets to hide. I felt bad, but at the same time, like, it needed to happen. He needed to go to the vet. And now he got kind of, they put him on medication that's supposed to last for I think a week or two. Oh, and he's getting it all over the table too now. It's like the white foam. They basically like white foamed his ear until it was spilling out, and now it's kind of like crusty white bits occasionally falling. It's like gross ear dandruff. Gross ear dandruff. But his ear's not bothering him as much anymore. It seems like he's not doing any of the like tilted ear motions. Okay. And he gets Clavamox. I'm lucky he's easily distracted with food. We had a plan. Oh, this is only round ends. Okay, that's kind of annoying. I say annoying. I wish it was more, but that would be way OP. That would be way OP. Man. Yeah? What was that? Hi. Hi. Meow. What was that merp for? Oh, what was that merp for? Huh? What was the merp for? Barn swallow. I can't play it there. I can only play this one. I don't have any food for them. So I need food. Is there one I want to tuck? And the answer is not particularly. But I'm going to do it anyway, I think. This is not going well for me, this one. Okay. If I tuck this... Okay, if I tuck the barn swallow, that means... I won't have the right type of food. I can double it. I won't have the right type of food. I just realized that this is kind of counter to the game. In a strange way. I say strange way, just thinking because you need to be maximizing the amount of eggs on birds while leaving a bunch without eggs at the same time. It's a very tricky balance, this card. So preferably you'd have something like... I remember there being a partridge that had like 8 slots or something ridiculous. Huge egg-bearing bird hips or something like that. And just thinking about, you put as many eggs as possible on like a bird like that, and then leave the rest empty. Every other bird's a dink. We're gonna go for wheat. Infinite egg glitch in your yard? How does that work? Like in real life? So we're gonna tuck that one. And we're gonna gain a bug. Do you have chickens? Do you have chickens in your yard? Yeah, but the money you have to throw into it. Unless, like, I just remember seeing a lot of people who are like, look at my eggs. They only cost, like, this is my $80 egg. Because it's the first egg laid. Like, every egg afterward gets cheaper, and after a while it kind of is not exactly self-sustaining, depending on whether or not you have a rooster, but more like there is initial startup joke or startup cost. Speedrunner. As long as you have are their names? What are their names? If you actually have chickens. Leftover sheet metal pen? As long as it's predator safe. I've seen a lot of people, unfortunately, have to deal with, like, oh, we thought this was fine, and then, well, then a hawk got into it, then a polecat got into it, something like that. Fisher cat? Maybe a fisher cat, too. I didn't even know what a fisher cat or a polecat was until I started looking at some chicken groups where they were talking about, like, what the fuck got into my pen. And then there's the occasional, like, oh, my neighbor's dogs got into them. And then the people with the chicken diapers, because they have indoor chickens. Yay, indoor chickens. I say that as someone who has a cat indoors, and it's kind of like, is it much better? And like, well, at least the cat's not shitting all over the floor whenever it feels like it. He's got a box. They've got 3 boxes. They really need 4 boxes, even 5, but they got 3 boxes. He knows where the boxes are. Aesthetics first. There are some really cute chicken coops. There are some really cute chicken coops. I hope it keeps going well. I hope that your infinite egg-laying mechanic continues into the foreseeable future. And if there is no cog gets broken. One of the really cool things, though, I suppose, of having your own chickens is that all the different egg colors, egg types. Being able to get, like, the mini eggs. Being able to get bantam chicken eggs. I don't actually know if I've ever seen a real-life bantam chicken egg. I would imagine it's bigger than a quail egg, but smaller than a normal egg. Smaller than, like, a medium chicken egg. I know I have a place nearby that sells... I'm trying to remember if it was like 12. This was before the whole egg thing, the whole egg price raising of the past year or two. Before the crazy egg increased prices, it was like $12 for a dozen of these eggs because they were like absolute hippie eggs. They were all different sizes, all different colors, all in a 12-pack. And it was kind of you know what, this is really cool as like an Easter piece. But I can't do it every day. Literally only for like special occasions when they're going to be on display. It is the like rent a pineapple type thing of the, I guess, 2010s. Now it's gone, probably. They don't believe chickens eat meat. Chickens are little raptors. They'll eat whatever. They'll eat other chickens. They'll eat other chickens. I've seen images and videos of them like they're beating cats to mice and like swallowing them whole and things like that. They're crazy. I've also seen pictures hugging their chickens. They're hugging their chickens. They don't have any eye protection on. It's kind of you're so close to losing your eye. If that bird just looks at you wrong, if that bird thinks it sees something tasty in your eye for 1 second, you're fucked. Wear goggles around your chickens if you're having them up near your face. Also, it's not just the mouth. It's not just the pecking. It's also potentially the claws. Claws is not the right word. Feet? Chicken feet. Like, man, they can be sharp. They see red and they go wild. Yeah? Now you want out? Okay. Give me a second. Go on. No, I'm not treating cats. Do you really want to come in? Yeah? Are you just going to want to come out in a second? Hi. Meow. Okay, I'm gonna prove that hi. I'm gonna prove that I have more than one cat. Hi, can you cry for me? Meow. Can you cry for me? Hi. Yeah, hi. There you go. I'm sorry for making you cry. Come on. Yeah? Sorry. I let out one cat, another one wanted to come in, but she's very much a wanderer, so it's just more of a, she sees an open door and she wants in. And I wanted to kind of prove that I have more than one cat. She's got a very different cry than the other one. Yeah, eating... There can be issues with feeding them same species. I want to say the reason that I know this in the first place is going to sound really dumb. I don't exactly remember where it is. All I remember is there's this one particular scene, and I know who's the actor in it is. I think it is... So, do you know who Fran Drescher is? She's an American actress, comedic actress. She has a very distinctive laugh and voice in most of her characters. She has a heavy nasal New York City accent. I say New York City as if there's not different accents for different areas. I'm gonna guess she has a Queens accent because that's where she's from. But I think it's like a Christmas movie or something like that. Maybe not Christmas. I'm pretty certain it's Beautician and the Beast. I'm pretty certain it's Beautician and the Beast. And then she has like a chicken or something that she lives with. She has a rooster in her apartment, and her mom is there, and her mom is feeding her rooster cooked chicken or turkey. I think it might be turkey. She might be giving the bird turkey, like dinner, because you know it's part of the family, so it deserves Christmas dinner. It's kind of like you're feeding my rooster turkey. You're feeding it another bird. It's cannibalism. So it's kind of a like, wait, what do you mean it's actually eating it? I'm pretty certain it was this. Let me check really quick. It sounds really dumb, and it was really dumb. I mean, it's called Beautician and the Beast. Timothy? Oh my god, it's Timothy Dalton! Does anyone else know who Timothy Dalton is? My bad. He's a James Bond. He's a Bond. He's a Bond. More turkey to the turkey. Oh yeah, eggshells. But I mean, so sometimes other animals also eat their young. So I would kind of imagine it in the same vein, except shells are even less weird than like a cat eating newborn kittens because something's wrong with them or whatever, or feels endangered. Or mice do that too, and hamsters. Hamsters are like notorious, right? But eggshell is supposed to be kind of good for it, right? Adds to the grit. Humans do that too, though, don't they? Pick at wounds. Pick at their own wounds, I mean. Let me check. I swear that there is a section here about her bird. I guess there isn't. I really thought it must be. It feels really weird, but she has such a distinctive Beautician and the Beast chicken scene. Okay, there is a chicken scene. Okay, hold on. We're gonna watch the chicken scene really quickly. I swear this, it doesn't really have a point, but eats. Hey, some people eat scabs too. It's really weird, but people do it. There's also, there's also Bezoar. Bezoar, I think that's how it's pronounced. And there's a couple different ways you can acquire a Bezoar, and one of them is, I believe it's a woman who eats her own hair, and it kind of forms this disgusting hair mass in her stomach. And that is one type of bezoar. I believe it's meant to protect against poison. I learned this through Sandman. I just have to have a really broody protector chick, right? Or not chick, chicken. A really broody protector chicken. Someone who's gonna endanger their own health in order to protect their unborn. Or their rocks, depending, because you can get... I've heard of people dealing with their broody chickens by, like, giving them fake stuff to lay on, because otherwise they're gonna go insane, and they won't give up until it's dangerous for them. Okay. If let's see, do this. You're not gonna hear it. I'm gonna hear it. Okay, this is gonna be really, really jank because I swear, this is like someone videographing a... They're videographing? Videographing. They're recording a VHS screen. So it's really, really, really jank. But maybe not. Maybe not quite yet. Give me a second. Also, I need to make sure I have the audio. I was doing some testing earlier, so I have to add new audio. Also, I found out that Canary is kind of fucky in that if it's coming from the same... There's an OBS, I don't say glitch, but you select a window, but in honesty, if you have multiple Chrome windows, it doesn't matter. It's going to grab the same one no matter what window you select if it's the same instance of Chrome, the same exe. Because it pipes everything through the same. So I guess it doesn't really matter as long as I select the right Chrome. As long as I select the right Chrome. Okay, this is only 18 seconds. Canary. That's the wrong one. Was it this one? How is it the wrong one? Okay. We'll adjust the volume a little bit.
He's fine. You see, I just fed him. What's he eating? Same as the rest of us.
You fed the chicken chicken?
I should make 2 dinners. I don't have enough to do.
How could you?
Oh, we don't know any better. Anyway, it's delicious.
It's Silence of the Chickens.
Oh
my god.
Oh, you don't have to hear this. This is not a scene from Beautician and the Beast. But yeah. Chicken. Eating chickens. They don't care. They don't care. God, how long ago did that come out? Give me a second. Was that... Beautician and the Beast? 97! 97. I watched that when it came out. It was... I want to say it was a big deal, but... Because at the same time, like... Was it really a big deal? No one was going to remember it. It's not... Titanic came out the same year, right? Or was Titanic 95? God. It feels like Beautician and the Beast was a direct to TV. Yeah, Titanic was the same year. Titanic was the same year. And people remember Titanic, but no one is going to remember Beautician and the Beast. Was it a... Very specifically, was it straight to TV? No, it wasn't. It was actually a video, or actually in theaters. It was actually in theaters. I don't know why I thought it was direct to TV. It feels like that kind of thing. But then again, maybe it's just simply, it was, something that aired frequently on TV afterwards. Although now I think about it, I guess Titanic had the same sort of thing going on. But they were probably able to limit it. Like, Beautician and the Beast was probably on a cheaper channel. Back to the game. Back to the game. Do they still make direct-to-TV things, right? Direct-to-TV shows? Or, I shouldn't say shows. Movies? But I guess it's very much for cartoons now, isn't it? Although, I want to say that has happened for a lot of cartoons. That's happened for a lot of cartoons. Direct-to-streaming service? That's fair, that's fair. That is not really something I considered. I don't watch a whole lot of streaming shows. But, I guess the plague really put a wrench into all that, didn't it? Because I thinking about the last time I went to go see a movie, and it has literally been see a movie in theaters, and it has literally been years. It's literally been years. Usually pirate. I don't pirate anything. Everything I have is legit. But I do have I have a lot of legit anime DVDs with special things that came with it, like the Shuffle box set and the Food Wars first season box set and a whole bunch of other things. I have a lot of anime Blu-rays and some DVDs, and I think I got rid of most of the VHSs, but I could be wrong. I think I got rid of most of the VHSs. Say VHSs. VHS? I got rid of most of the VHS, including the fan subs of things that have not come out in the West. Even now, even today. Piracy preservation? That's fair. I mean, there was a time when, like, or there was a question as to whether or not recording something on VHS on your own, is that piracy? Is that allowed? And I believe the answer was yes. Yes, it is allowed. Not piracy, not piracy. That was actually, I believe, a court case. I think that was a really big court case in America. And there's also the case of there are some shows, I say shows, that have not really come out on DVD even now, but I remember when I was much younger, and the only way I can find them now is on YouTube because someone has their old VHS that they taped back when it aired, and they uploaded it to YouTube. I did that for a bunch of trailers too. Like, you can't get it anymore. That company doesn't exist anymore. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? Okay. There's actually one that comes to mind that is a Christmas special. Another Christmas special, I should say, because I think Beauty and the Beast is kind of a Christmas special. Holiday special? And it has a very holiday feel. It's almost like Hallmark-esque feel. That's probably why I'm thinking that it was direct-to-video, because it feels like a Hallmark Christmas movie. Except with Fran Drescher. I don't really think that she's a typical Hallmark movie girl, you know? Meow. Meow. Yeah. He's crying again. He wants back in. You have a favorite raptor? I don't know if we have a golden eagle in here. It wouldn't surprise me. I had a plan and I forgot what my plan was. Why wouldn't eagles be raptors? Why wouldn't they be raptors? Maybe they aren't raptors, but I would assume that they would be raptors because I thought raptor was kind of a catch-all for a predatory bird. Blech. I can't see your profile picture, I'm sorry. Oh, now I can see it. Just have to click. It does look cute. Although I will say you lose some detail because of the fact that it's a circle in a circle type thing. I understand why, because you have the head breaking out at the top, and that looks really cute, but on small screen it's a little hard to read. I can see that it is a person with white hair and red eyes, it looks like. Also, maybe I just need glasses. Hold on. But yeah, I see there's something brown, but I can't quite tell what it is. I can't quite tell what it is, and it's really like, ah. Maybe I do need glasses. I'm sure it's cute when it's blown up more than what I can see on the current screen, but when it's like, it's not 25 by 25, it might be like 50 by 50. Hold on. How big is this? I'm seeing it at, yeah, I'm seeing it at 50 by 50. And it's a little, I see a general, but I don't see details. I want to say emotes and small icons are really hard to design. I don't want to say it's fun, because it's not really fun. It's kind of rough because you want to make sure that they are readable, and it's hard to go from something that's 126 by 126 down to like 32 by 32. They really should be different files in most cases, simply because you need to simplify it down more. There's a lot of emotes that get lost when they're scrunched down. So they are raptors. Golden brown. I don't really hear people say that about brown, though, too often. Like, brown is beautiful in terms of, like, feathers and fur and things like that. Usually people pick out, like, the stark black or stark white or other unusual colors. Or red. The very striking ones. Or yellow. Or pink. We can get a flamingo. We can get a flamingo. Hold on. But he's only a waterway. Oh, this is an interesting ability that doesn't normally come up in the digital version. So there are these action cubes that we're using to keep track of what we've been doing, and how you're supposed to use them is that you're supposed to, so we're in the second season, which means we have 7 action cubes. You'll see I have a little dot here next to my, if I go to my woods, there's a dot that is my action cube to signify that I have spent 1 action there. And the flamingo plays off of that. So if someone's been visiting the waterway a lot, and so you can do like a crazy amount of tucking depending on the amount of times that how many cubes that they have on it. So here you can see that this person's gone twice this season, and these are the actions that they played. I was actually wondering what those dots were. I noticed them last game, but I didn't realize what they were. I couldn't understand it at the time. And now it's kind of, aha! It all makes sense. It only took me like half a dozen playthroughs of the digital version to see this detail. A subtle golden hue when they fly in the sky. Oh, I suppose because of the light like filtering through. That would be pretty. That would be pretty. Okay, we can play this. We're gonna play this. We're gonna feed that. Also, nice thing about this card, it shows us how many birds that we have that fit into this thing. And we have 2, so we get 0 points. Also, I didn't realize that you can move the card like that. This is not as blessed. This is not a blessed round. This is not a blessed game for me. Next, I have golden feathers too, huh? So it bans a bit. I think that there is a way for me to check and see if that bird is available somewhere in Wingspan. Let me check. I want to say every bird is unique, but also at the same time, Oh, they only have the update pack cards on here. They only have the update pack cards on the in the Dropbox for Wingspan. Griffins based on golden eagles? I suppose so. I like looking at alternate types of monsters for that, though. I say alternate types of monsters. That's not quite the right way. Like a regular chimera is fine, but what if you start like mixing it up a bit? And there's also an image that's floating around that has like griffins, but they're not exactly griffins anymore. Like, let's take a pigeon head and a mouse body and things like that. to get a little bit more variation. But if I suppose if you, well, actually, just thinking like, what would be golden eagle? I'm just thinking, is that the one that is done in Rescuers Down Under? Like the really big Australian ones? Hold on. Is it the really big Australian ones? Nope. Thinking of something else. I'm thinking of something else. So what exactly is a raptor in terms of birds? Because I see bird of prey. That may have been what I was thinking. Okay, raptor is the same term as bird of prey then. Okay. So yeah. What is the largest eagle? What is largest not largest eagle. But I swear, no, giant Philippine eagle? Wow. Okay, that wasn't what I was expecting. He's a chonker. We might see that. So they are going to do an Asian expansion. So it's just kind of a we'll see it then, maybe? We'll see it then? Okay, biggest eagles of the world. I know that they, for the Rescuers Down Under, they exaggerated the bird quite a bit, I'm pretty certain. Oh, the golden eagle is the national bird of Mexico. Okay. But I thought that there was an Australian... Okay, Australian eagles, maybe. I should limit it to that. Australian eagle. Osprey. Osprey are cool, but they're also kind of annoying. I live in an area where there are osprey. And the number of people who've basically had like, well, we can't do anything this summer with this particular plot of land because osprey are there. But when they're in areas, I mean, it's a begrudging thing, like, oh, the osprey. They're not going to do anything about removing them because that's illegal. And also, like, let them have their babies, you know? They lead such short lives. But, I've also seen them in, like, more natural habitat areas, and they're pretty cool there, too. So I guess it was a wedge-tailed eagle for where the Rescuers Down Under? Does that make sense? Or did they just make up an eagle entirely? I should just look up Rescuers Down Under. Does anyone... People know Rescuers Down Under, right? Right? It's a Disney film. It was 1990. It's not that old. It's not that old. It's only 30-something years old. And it was an early one where they did some digital work, too. Okay, so it was actually a golden eagle in Australia, but golden eagles aren't in Australia, so it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. They just chose to put it there, I guess. Oh, wait, no, there are ones in Australia? Hold on. Australia. Okay, I don't understand it, but they put a golden eagle in Australia for reasons. They put a golden eagle in Australia. That's why I thought it was a golden eagle, and that's why I thought it looked familiar. And I say that because if I grab up a picture of this Rescuers Down Under eagle, you'll see that It looks okay. Actually, it doesn't look that close to a golden eagle. Maybe it's because there were multiple birds. No, I'm just really bad at memory. Okay. And you will see in a second why I thought that this was really crazy in terms of what they did to emphasize the size, because damn, birds don't get that big. You can't have like a 5-year-old ride on the back of a normal eagle. Let me grab up the image. Where is it? Where is it? Did I remove it? No. No. Probably not. Let me add image. Let's add... Let's add fish rolls back. It's fish rolls. So yeah, this bird. Like, this is their Australian golden eagle. It's a rare bird. It doesn't actually exist as far as I can tell. And look at it. Yeah. Yeah, it had amazing animation. And yeah. the kid has to be, like, really small, or the bird has to be really big, so they went with a really big bird. But yeah, there's a really cool animated scene. Multiple, well, I say multiple, just let me grab it up. And there's, I think they show like 2 of these. Hold on. Here's another one? I might have to. Okay, yeah, here's another shot to show like the size difference between this bird and this kid. Figure, it's huge. I wonder if there has to be an image that shows it against a adult human male, because there is an adult human male in this series. And they have other birds too. Let me see. But then again, it, like, depending on if you... Is this an unreliable narrator situation? Because the narrators in this case would be theoretically the kid here and the mice. So, like, of course the bird would be god-awful huge. I say that as if it warrants a problem. Okay, so it's Marahute. What is the name of the villain? Poacher? His name is not Poacher, but just more like he is a poacher. So, like, Poacher. There has to be a scene where they're both in the same screen. There has to be a scene where they're both in the same scene. Rescuers Down Under. McLeach? Ah, yes, on the nose. Thank you. Super on the nose. I guess there isn't a scene with them in the same shot. Like, in the exact same shot. At least no one has it on. They have a feather. Does that count? They have the kid, the feather, and the villain in the same shot. So we can kind of extrapolate from there a little bit. But then again, at the same time, like, feathers are... what size now? Feathers can be whatever size they want to be. Yeah. Yeah. There's no shot. There's no shot. Yeah. He's kind of generic Australian villain. He's got the kind of crooked nose that... I want to say he doesn't look like necessarily other Disney villains. For instance, if you wanted to get Ratigan, you'd need to make him broader shouldered, like broader upper body, and you need to like fill out the face with more fat. So generally less wrinkles, I guess. He still has the under eye bags though. And like add the mustache and hair differences. Sorry, I had to sneeze. But Ratatouille villain, he has got a very different body type. The Ratatouille one has a much skinnier body compared to this guy. This guy is, I say that at the same time, like, I guess he is kind of lean, but he's not as lean. He's more, okay. Rescue down under McLeach. Let's look at villain body types really quickly. Oh, you know what? This guy's got more of like a... Oh, wait. Huh. Sorry, there's some people who have like... There's a villain wiki. Okay, we can have like a full body image of him. Give me a second. Let's grab a full body image of McLeach. This is kind of washed out, I'm guessing because of him being... This being like a scan of something old. But like, so he's kind of got a... kind of wiry, but he also drinks too many beers type body versus the other one who is just like, if I don't like it, I don't eat. And I don't eat. No, he looks British. You're not wrong, he's Australian. Is the term bogan? Is the term bogan? I'm not 100% certain. So there's a villain wiki. Give me a second now. I'm gonna see if I can find a piece on like the Ratatouille villain. Come on. Does he? Oh, actually no. So wait, whoa. When you said the... Okay, food critic. It's kind of like, is the food critic really a villain? Because there's also the other guy, the like head chef. And like he is more of a villain, right? But maybe it's kind of a question of, can they be redeemed? Like, what counts as a villain? What counts as a villain? Have a good night, Hayden. So Ratatouille? I can't spell Ratatouille. Rival? I can't spell Ratatouille. Oh, we do have full body for Ratatouille one. Give me a second. But it doesn't have a clear background. It does not have a clear background, so he's gonna become the yeah, it does already exist. We're gonna put up both of them at the same time. Both of them at the same time. Hold on. Oh, is he huge? He's kind of blocking me. So, I don't know. Maybe it's... Okay, let's make them... Actually, wait, I can do this. We can put one behind the other. We can put one behind the other to do, like, a better size comparison. Like, okay, so shoes. Let's make his head about the same. So, yeah, they've got kind of different body shapes going on. And then there's just, like, the strictness, I think, of the food critic. He's very severe. The other one, McLeach, is not quite so severe. Rival? Which one is the rival? Are you talking about the... Not the food critic, but the other one? The... The critic? I want to say he's kind of malicious though. He's kind of malicious. He just has a turnabout at the end. He just has a turnabout at the end. So it's just kind of a redemption thing. I just thought, like, okay, so I think about Twist in Wonderland, right? Because Twist in Wonderland is the Disney villains. But what if Disney villains teenage boys alternate universe type thing, right? So I don't think they have any Pixar boys, or they don't have any Pixar villains, I should say, because it's not like they only pick it's not like they only pick male villains for their base. They do have female villains too, but they twist them to be male characters. So it's kind of a, what if they put in the food critic? What if they put in the food critic? Because they did add already they added Frollo, sort of, but he's not a playable character. He's not a character you can incorporate into your collection. He is simply a story event character. So they already have a French one. Oh, actually, I guess they already have 2 French ones if you count Rook. It's a gotcha. It's a gotcha. It's a gotcha. I've already talked to Link about that. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna bring up the picture. Twisted Wonderlands. Characters. I'll bring up the character sheet. I hate this one so much, but at the same time, okay, this one's better, but it is missing an entire set. So someone made a height chart of all the characters. Okay, yeah, it already exists. They made a height chart of all the characters, except they missed an entire school. So this is missing an entire school. So you can get an idea of their bias. So Diasomnia was not invited. Normally it's just the leader of Diasomnia is not invited because he's Maleficent. Maleficent is never invited to anything. That is his pity point. I am 3P. I am only playing against AI. I'm only playing against AI. Right now, I'm sorry, I'm talking about a gacha game. This is official Disney. Mickey shows up. Mickey is in it, but he's not a... Mickey is Mickey. Mickey is not another character. This is something that started in Japan. There's an English translation of the game. Freely available. I say freely available. It's a gacha game. Of course it's freely available. Android or iOS, you can download Twisted Wonderlands. The story is pretty good. It's pretty okay. And they are... Each of these are explicitly... I shouldn't say each of these. Most of these are explicitly based on a Disney villain or something similar to that. I say something similar because there are a few exceptions here. So, the 192, the guy with the white hair with the on the far right with the tan and the wolf ears, that is Jack Howell. He is not explicitly based on a villain, and he's not a particularly villainous-esque character. But it's pretty much believed that he's based on, I believe it is, what is it? Is it White Fang? Disney did make a live action movie based on one of Jack London's books. So he's based on that concept, we believe. For being gotcha. Then you have the twins next to him. 190, 191. Those are Ursula's eels. They're eel men. They're eel men. They actually have like eel man forms. It's scary hot? I guess scary hot is the way to put it. So the 185 centimeter one next to him with the brown hair and like kind of more rounded ears and green eyes, that is Leona, and he is Scar. It might be a little hard to tell. I need to like zoom in a little more. Let me put it behind me really quickly. Okay, I'll zoom in. So yeah, green eyes, brown hair, cat ears, that's Leona. Scar, he's the Scar proxy. Next to him, the blonde in the purple outfit, that is the Snow White proxy. Vil. His name is Vil. Tumblr, sexy monster. I guess so. The twin eels are very popular characters. Can't imagine why. Next to him with the blue hair, that's kind of a flame, that is Idia, and he is the proxy for Hades. Then you have the guy in the white fedora. That is one of the Queen of Hearts playing cards, and I believe that he is the Clover. His name is Trey. You can see that there's 3 more of those. They're wearing matching outfits. These are their outfits that are part of their... I guess kind of think of it as a formal uniform, because they, of course, it's a gacha game. They have only a limited number of boys, so they put them in different outfits. So you have their normal school uniform, which this is not. You have their formal outfit for school events, which this again is not. That's more of a like hooded robe type deal because it's a school for villain stuff. And then this is their kind of dorm uniform. So each dorm set, you can tell who belongs to what dorm based on what kind of outfit they're wearing. For instance, if they belong to the group that follows the tenets of Scar, they're going to have these like sleeveless leather jackets and this yellow sash and jeans and boots and stuff like that. If they're wearing suits in black and purple, that kind of theme, that is the Ursula followers. Vill's group with Snow White, I guess the evil queen from Snow White, that's the purple one, the purple set. And if they're wearing red, white, black with like, I guess the gold fringe is not the right word, trim, that is the Queen of Hearts followers. What? Wicked? No, Wicked is Wizard of Oz. Wicked is Wizard of Oz. It was it was a book and then it was a musical. And that was following the evil witch, the green witch lady. She shouldn't have been evil just because she's green. But no, that's Wicked. There's a different series, I believe, that follows evil people, but I think they also kind of went off the rocks. I say off the rocks. They kind of went weird, I heard. They went weird. I haven't watched it myself. Twisted. It might just be Twisted. But yeah, this is the Japanese a Japanese anime gacha interpretation of that series, but let's keep it to boys because boys. Let's aim at girls through cute boys. Rook is my favorite. He's the one over here with the hunter hat with the big fluffy feather. 177 centimeters. The Ursula proxy. He's the hunter, by the way. He's based on the hunter from Snow White. We have the Ursula proxy, another card. We have the one with the like hoodie type thing in the black and red and gold with the snake on his arm. That is the villain from Aladdin. Jafar. It's Jafar. Normally the leader of the dorm is the villain proxy, so to speak. Like Scar is the leader of the Scar proxy is the leader of the Scar dorm. The Ursula proxy is the leader of the Ursula dorm. The little redhead that you can't see right now. The 160 centimeter redhead is the Queen of Hearts proxy, and he's the dorm leader of the Queen of Hearts dorm. The only exception is the 2 in the kind of like a red flaming short pants, or like capris maybe? I don't know how to describe them. If they've got the red flame on the bottom, they're part of the Jafar dorm. The leader is actually this boy with the red eyes and the headbands and white hair. But he is actually, I believe, the Sultan proxy. He's the Sultan proxy. And Jafar is actually not the leader, he is the assistant leader. And, you know, go with the flow of the series. There's actually a plot to all this. Disney teen girls. I want to say, I think you might be a little wrong. It might not be for teen girls, to be honest, because you need money to play gacha games. So they're banking on older women, I think. Maybe not like older women, but like 20-somethings with money to throw at getting their favorite boys' birthday cards, because I've already shown the birthday cards. Yeah, older women. Teens don't have necessarily the money to play, or to be the whales, but you can get older women to be the whales. I have not put in a single cent into this game. I've not put a single cent into this game. Just for the record. Although I put a couple hundred into FGO. That's a different game. So I mentioned that there are some exceptions. So like the Sultan isn't a villainous character, but he's still in the... This is an outright villainous school, I should say. Like they extol the virtues of various Disney villain characters for reasons. But the Sultan still goes here. Then you have... I don't know what this 148 centimeter little robot boy is supposed to represent necessarily. I don't understand it. He might be kind of a proxy for the two helpers for Hades, but I don't get it. Okay, Disney. I'm not even halfway through this season yet. And all this because of Disney villains, because of a bird. Because of a bird. Back to Burb. Back to bird. Hold bird gently. Hold greater flamingo. I want to play the greater flamingo. I might just actually accept that this is going to be a loss of a game. Just so I can play some interesting birds. Because there is the bird preserve. So every bird that you play gets put into the reserve. So I think it's kind of a, like, even if you lose, you win in a sort of way. You fill out your collection. Which is kind of neat, because otherwise there's some birds in here, it's like, why would I bother playing this? It's kind of a sucky bird. Not all birds are created equal. Okay. And like, you can hear it when I click. He makes little birdie noises. And it would be fun to hear more birdie noises. Okay, maybe not like that. That bird sounded like a toilet again. I want to hear what noise the greater flamingo makes. If I spend an egg, I can grab another card. And I only have one egg. But I also don't have any cards. And he also doesn't really follow my tenant here. Choose another player. Now I remember. Oh, that's cute. Oh, I'm wrestling the tree at the same time. It's kind of that's a weird sound effect to have attached. Maybe I'll wait. I think I'll wait for now. I'll draw. Okay, that wasn't any... Okay, actually, this is a better one. At the same time, however, it's a bit rough because I wanted something that would fit my needs. Which is, I need ecologist... Is it no, ethnologist? Birdbander stuff. Okay. We're discarding an egg. We're gonna... 33% of these fucking cards are supposed to have birds. 31%. 31% are supposed to have multiple habitats. What the fuck? What the fuck? This is not how it works. What are we gonna tuck? Okay, this bullfinch is actually pretty good. The bullfinch is actually pretty good. Piebald grebe is also okay. It's better than some other ones, but we're gonna actually get rid of this one, and we're going to draw another one. Unlucky. 31%, and not a single bird in this set is a multi-environment bird. What am I supposed to do? A common merganser. Okay. This sucks. That was a bad random draw. Game's rigged. Game is rigged. Grackles are a huge problem. I don't remember what grackles look like, but I feel like... Oh, I can see. They look pretty. They look like they're pretty like a rain, or they're pretty like an oil slick. They're pretty like an oil slick. Oh, we got another card. Look, we got an osprey. Oh, free food for a fish. Yeah, yeah. Look at the fish, look at the fish. He's getting his little eyes gouged out. Oh, I want to see this in motion. I want to see this in motion. Screw winning. Okay. Let's see. At least I have something in every slot. At least I have something in every slot. Food and personal supply. Okay. I'm not getting that. I'm not getting that. Damn, this is a bad set. Okay. I don't have any eggs. That's a problem. We need to... We're gonna lay some eggs. We're gonna lay some eggs. So... Let me check. It does not care about where, right? Okay. Let me just double check that this is the one that has the most spots available for egg. It is, okay. That kind of sucked. I have 2 birds played, but there's no brown power, so nothing else special for laying eggs. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Okay, now we can play the osprey. Now we can play the osprey. And no one's been buying birds. Oh wait, no. The black woodpecker is new, isn't it? Getting all insects that are in the bird feeder. Okay, we're gonna pay that, I think. I also got really lucky in my previous game where I had one of these, except it was mice, and I got a lot of mice. I rolled like 4 mice. It was excellent. It was one of my first cards played, and I rolled so many mice. So it's very much luck of the draw there. I just realized the fish doesn't have a fin. It doesn't have like a... I don't know what the word is for the side flipper. It doesn't have that fin. Which makes it look a little weird, but I guess these people are into like bird illustrations and not like fish illustrations, so I'm not gonna fault them on that. Because it definitely gets the feeling across of like, oh, that fish is fucked. The way the mouth is gaping too. Oh, and it kind of like... the tail moves, it flips a little bit. The top fin, I would imagine, is actually, you can kind of maybe see where it could have been. On the top of the fish. Yeah, pectoral fins. That would make sense. Chest fins. Although, then again, there's also sometimes, like, bottom finny bits, too. I used to keep fish, I should kind of know. But I don't. Okay. Food and personal supply. That's gonna be, like, nothing. Do we want to tuck? Do we want to tuck? We might want to tuck. Actually, what we could do is we can gain a stupid amount of food. Before I do that, though, is there a way for me to see how much food that everyone else has? Let me check the tableau. Oh! Okay, so the thing on the side is actually how much food... Holy shit, I'm not beating this. I am fucked. I am screwed. I am not winning this game. Holy fuck. I don't know if you saw that. I might get 3rd place if I go all in. I highly doubt it, though. It's not looking hot, this game. So I'm just gonna continue. Continue for the birds' sakes. Mm-hmm. If I do this, we're actually gonna toss this. We'll get another food. We'll get a bug. We're gonna tuck. Wheat or bug? We'll go wheat. And we have no cards again. But we do have food. We do have food. We'll be able to draw 2 cards. We'll be able to draw 2 cards. Anal fins? Anal fins. Which ones are the anal fins? Are those the ones that are, like, I guess before the butthole, or is it after the butthole? Like, I guess tail fin is for, like, the entire thing, right? So anal fins would be the fins that are, like, right before the butthole? It feels weird to use that word, but, like, when you keep... I kept platies. So platies are kind of, like, cute discount goldfish, in a way. I say discount goldfish. Goldfish are already at a discount. So, goldfish are not... Goldfish are big and messy, so... And while they're pretty, they're a pain to keep, because it should be, like, 1 goldfish per 10 gallons. So, instead I was able to have, like, 3 or 4 platy in a 10-gallon tank. That kind of thing. And there's a whole thing about people saying, like, oh, the fish won't grow any bigger than it can in the tank, and it's kind of... That's not fucking true. But platies actually really are only, like, an inch big. Maybe like 1.5 inches at the very biggest. So you can keep multiple in a 10-gallon, and it's fine. But they're also kind of dumb, and they're kind of messy. And they're also live bears. They're live bears, which is really frustrating. So in a way, I guess they're kind of worse than goldfish. Minnow. I'm trying to remember. Minnow. I didn't keep minnow. Thinking about minnow. There's another one that they'd be more closer. I say closer. To. No, guppy. It's more like a cross between a guppy and a goldfish, because guppies are another live bear. Yeah, think of it more of a cross between a guppy and a goldfish. I believe platies can also come in multiple colors. I just kept golden ones. Yeah. So I kept platies. There's a bunch of really cute platies, but man, they're live bears, so you have to assume that your fish are going to have fish for forever. Unless I did have a situation where I had a lone baby platy that grew up alone in a tank. So I had an actual virgin platy. I had a virgin platy. I don't know if it was male or female, but it didn't really matter because I never had babies. That was my last one. I didn't want to get into this. I did not want to keep the cycle going. But yeah, they're a live bear, and they're constantly pregnant. It's a weird thing. But they're super cute. I would suggest them if you're interested in like intro fish. Let me see. Is this it? Okay, this is it. Oh, okay. Smaller. I kept them for not a decade, but close-ish to a decade, I would say. But yeah. Yeah, I actually had a live tank. I say live. I didn't have dirt in the bottom. I had sand. Because I also tried to keep Corys. I couldn't make it happen. I had panda Corys for a brief period of time. So that was I had sand in the hopes of like making it easier for their little cute barbells. But I had live plants too. I had live plants. But man, after I was cleaning the tank and I just remember seeing something in there. I was kind of like, nope, I cannot do this. I cannot have this in my house anymore. I don't want to potentially have this. The cats loved it though. The cats love the tanks. But it got to me one day. That, and there were a few natural disasters that made it very difficult to keep them. It's really rough when there's a natural disaster and you lose like half your tank out of something that's... I did have backup stuff, but after a few weeks, it's kind of impossible. It's kind of impossible. Like, it's fine for shorter amounts of time, but not for weeks. I am actually going to be right back. There's something I have to take care of, but after that we'll be continuing this game. Okay, back. I just realized the cat is gone. The cat is gone. The cat is gone. Give me a second. He left some time ago. Okay. Oop. Catfish in every continent? Because they've been imported, right? Into some of them, and they're... I don't want to say they're a dominant species, because that's not really exactly how it works, but they are... They're good at what they do, and there's not as much competition, so they're invasive, aren't they, in a lot of places. Or is that just a different kind of fish? I know that there are some fish that kind of are like that, but just thinking, unless... There are some other creatures that are, I believe, on every continent. Oh, actually, maybe I shouldn't say every continent, because Antarctica is a continent. Are there catfish? Are there catfish in Antarctica? Are there catfish in Antarctica? Because you can't quite leave them out, because they do have some things. Catfish. Antarctica. I can't spell Antarctica. Every continent but Antarctica. Everything but. What does extant mean? I feel like I should know what that means. So I'm guessing it's extant. Surviving. Okay. Surviving. But part of it is because it's such a broad grouping, isn't it? It's a broad grouping. Actually, what I'm gonna do is this the right one? Yeah, this is the right one. Okay. Although, I say this, it's kind of a, how does this look to other people? I wonder how other VTubers do it. I'm left-handed, so like putting the drink in my left hand like this makes a lot of sense, but I'm actually kind of drinking right. I should put it in my left hand. I'll make it left-handed. It's really nice because being ambidextrous is really nice. It's kind of a messed up ambidextrous, but just being able to drink in one hand and use the mouse in the other without having to switch. Other people can do this too, right? Like, if you're right-handed, do you have the drink on the right side or your left side? Do you have to make a choice between drinking and using your mouse? Or I guess maybe more people are ambidextrous with some sort of thing. Grabbing a drink. That's fair. So like, I guess this part isn't very impressive, but it is a little bit more impressive when it's kind of a writing with one hand and using the mouse with the other. Let's see. I have one action left this season. One action left this season. lot of people still do. When you're in a restaurant or something, you put it on your right side, right? The drink. So do you cross over? Do you cross over? Do you still put the drink on your right side if you're at your computer with the drink? So, I think the concept was I could get more food, but it's kind of a waste. I don't have any cards. I could pick up new cards, and the cards available are kind of... But this is... I don't want to say it's the only action we can take. The other action we can take is laying eggs. This is... Actually, wait, hold on. Okay. We're going to do this, and if we don't like them, we can tuck them in for draw with our round end action. So we're going to do 2 random draws and see what happens. A northern goshawk. This was not what I wanted. That's neat. That's a really cool sound. Okay, this is the kind of bird we want. We want a Bonelli's eagle type thing. Look at this. Look at this gorgeous bird. Oh, he's handsome. And he's big, too. 160 centimeters. For each mouse in his bird's cost, you may pay a card from your hand instead. If you do, tuck the paid card. Okay, so he's literally the same as a northern goshawk, but more expensive. But 8 points. You heard that right. Oh, that was good. Okay, everyone gets a fish. Hold on 1 second. Okay. So we're gonna have something, this barn swallow is going to be the same as the other one. So we're actually gonna tuck this. Actually, no, it's better for me to do it now because if I don't like what I draw, I can do the same thing. I'm gonna do the same thing. At the end of the round, we're gonna tuck the ruddy duck. We're gonna tuck the ruddy duck. We're gonna, is this, like, there's a word for this when you're kind of, it's not like saves, it's not save scumming, but like, just drawing from the duck until you get something you like. Okay, we're gonna do the ability again. We're gonna try and scrub the ruddy duck. A canvas back. Top decking? Maybe. I don't play enough card games to really know, personally. I say that as I'm here playing a card game. I play... I play board games that are card games and not like Magic the Gathering or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon. Though I do have some... I do... I bought a number of Pokemon cards. Bought a number of Pokemon cards and I've bought a number of... I say number. I bought a box of like Weiss Schwarz back in the day when they first came out with an English translation of Madoka. I just don't know any of the terms because I never played it competitively, so... Whoa. He's really annoying sounding. He's really annoying sounding. Okay. And that was a bad one. That was really bad. Everyone gets to go now. We could play this. We could play from... Oh! Oh! Look at all these birds that don't have multiple... They can't be played in multiple areas. This is so fucked up. It's supposed to be 31%. Why is it so low? Why is it so low? Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just spend all my time drawing birds. I'm gonna draw more birds. And I'm going to random draw in hopes of getting birds that fit something. Bonelli's Eagle can be played anywhere, and I would like to play that in the future. And I can decrease the cost by tucking, and tucking will get me a point each. Grasslands only. And water. Like, okay, we all get food. We can tuck. And we can tuck. We're gonna tuck this. And draw again. Okay. Common nightingale, that's better. Ooh, that sounded kind of nice. That's very long. Thank you for the water. I'm gonna have some cider. I should find a cider holding hands instead of wine. I don't have any. I say I don't have any wine. I do have wine, but it's not really for this sort of occasion. It's not a casual wine. It's not a casual wine. That's a neat power, too. Okay, we did that. So next is going to be Bonelli's Eagle. And where do we play this? We have 2 eggs. Honestly, we have so much tucking going on that I feel like maybe I should do it into the card drawing pile. I don't think that there is a hand size limit here. Or I could do it for eggs. Actually, hold on. This is so pathetic. My food area is so pathetic. If I do this... Oh, he needs... He's so cute. Little squeaky squeak squeak. Okay. I'll put the eagle in here. And we're going to... It's kind of messed up. We're gonna do... This. This. And... We're going to... We don't actually have any mice, so we have to pay double of something else. Or like we have to pay 2 of something else. So we'll do this. Adult apple juice. It's not as sweet as your... This is not a sweet cider, necessarily. This is something that I've talked about. I like talking about. Okay, this is gonna sound really overwhelming. Okay, so this is actually a Riesling Tangerine Peach Cider. And it's not... It's like tart. It's not like super tart, but it is tart. It's not 100% tart. There is some sweetness to it, but it's more tart than not. So like there's the concept of I like sweet drinks, so I'm going to get a sweet cider, or I'm going to get a sweet wine. And it's kind of a, do you like sweet or do you like fruity? Because they're not the same. There's just like an overwhelming sugariness to some drinks that can be very off-putting if you say that you like very sweet things. Versus ciders can be sweet, but mostly it's just overwhelming fruitiness. Sour and tangy. Yeah. Sour and tangy. Maybe sour is not quite the right word either, necessarily. But yeah, I like Riesling. Riesling was one of my introductions to like fruity is not necessarily sweet. Along with having ice wine, where it was kind of a, oh, ice wine, I like sweet things. I like Riesling. Riesling's sweet. Ice wine is not like that. Ice wine is not like that. The same thing with mead. Mead tends to be sweet, but it's not fruity. It tends to have like different flavor profile entirely, and it meat can be difficult. Okay, we're gonna pay a bunch of random crud. Spent an egg. Greenish. Sometimes I've had some like homemade meats, and sometimes there's some like weird off flavors to it. I do tend to keep track of. I say I tend to keep track. I have taken track of what I've drunk through. There's a couple of apps I think for doing that. There's one called Untapped. To remember what I'm drinking and if I like it or not. My memory is not always so great, especially after drinking. Like, have I drunk this? Have I drunk that? They have tags for me. It's honey alcohol. Yeah, it doesn't taste exactly like honey, does it? Despite being that. The same thing that just because wine is made of grapes doesn't mean it's gonna taste like grapes. There can definitely be other things going on. I've had like wines that taste like burnt popcorn. They did not purposefully add burnt popcorn. Unlike for a lot of, not all fruits are capable of like such variety, I suppose, when they're fermented. And drinks too. Not all drinks are capable of that. So with ciders, it's more like, it's apple, and then you like add in other flavors. You add in a bit of peach juice, you add in a bit of honey, you add in whatever. You add in a little bit of coffee, you add in ginger, you add in, oh, what is it? Hops. I don't like hops. I really don't like hops. I've never had sangria sanral. I did make there's a Coke and wine, like a Coke and red wine mix, and I made some of that, except I may have made it afloat, because you could also make it afloat. I made it afloat with wine ice cream, and it was tummy heart. Tummy heart. It tasted okay-ish, not great when I had it, and then afterwards it's kind of a maybe not. Yeah, Coke and wine. It's actually, I would suggest it. It's kind of a thing that would be really good on a hot summer day if you want red wine, if you have red wine, and you don't have sangria. Or like you don't have the fruit for sangria, you can just mix it with Coke. It's fine. Especially over ice, I would imagine. Not like, don't do it with like warm red wine and like not flat Coke, but like don't do it with room temperature stuff. You want it to be cold. There's a word for it, and I forgot it, but I have drunk it. It might also depend on the kind of wine that you have too. Like not all red wines would be suitable for it. But it is a thing. It is a thing, I believe, in Spain. And again, you can make a float out of it, but maybe not with wine ice cream. Not with wine ice cream. Oh, which I still have a bunch of pints of that. Karst taste, fine drinks. Look, sometimes you have to explore these things. You have to taste them to find out. You have to try the novel. You might be surprised. Just like the whole, like, what is it? Milk and Pepsi thing. Is it milk and Pepsi? There's a... Malk? Malk. It's Malk, right? Shit, isn't that Malk? Pilk, yes. So like Pilk, people think Pilk is gross, but Pilk is... The concept of Pilk is gross, but when you think about it, it's really a soda float. Just like the whole, just like the thing that I made, except the combination of flavors. Sorry. The combination of flavors is weird. I want to put this down. I say I want to put this down. I need to put this down at some point. Oh, that's a little glitchy. What is milk? What is milk? I imagine it's like a chocolate thing. A chocolate. Like a chalky, I say. A chalky milk. Dry milk? Wine and Coke? Yeah, yeah, wine and coke. Earnest movies? What are earnest movies? Cream Nitro Pepsi? I don't know if I've had that. They keep coming. There's so many like seasonal flavor things out. I kind of hate it, but at the same time, I do tend to try them. And I can't really say anything either. I think Japan really likes that too. Sometimes I'm tempted to try one of those Taste Japan boxes, but at the same time, like, I can just get that from a grocery store. I don't have to special order these from Japan. I can get some of these from a local place. I've never watched The Simpsons. I've watched a tiny bit of The Simpsons, so I wouldn't have, unless it was kind of cultural osmosis where other people reference The Simpsons and I don't realize. Oh yeah, tons of small seasonal breweries. I found one that does a matcha. They do a hard matcha drink. A hard matcha cider thing. I think maybe it's cider, it might not be. But basically the whole concept is it's an Arizona iced tea but alcoholic. It's an Arizona iced tea. Okay, so it's not a cider. I think it's just like a maybe matcha isn't the right term either. It might just be like a green tea with lemon, but they made it hard. They injected alcohol into the process somewhere. So, alcoholic 99-cent can. But it's not 99 cents. No, that was very much my jam. Milk is a brand of almond milk? Okay, I could see that. Because they can't call it milk because... Or rather, it kind of avoids that. It's like milk, but you know it's not milk. After 3 beers, you won't throw up. I could understand that with even things that I like. I get a hangover after the second drink. I've been getting hangovers after the second drink, so I have to kind of cool it after that. Spoiled water. Maybe you just don't like hoppy things? Dark red. Cherries and raspberry stout. That sounds good. That sounds good. I like some stouts, but I can only drink a very small amount. I say very small amount. If I go to a bar and I usually can't finish a whole beer by myself because it's overwhelming and it's... By the time you get like I get halfway through, it's warm. They usually don't taste better warm. So I could do like half pints of Guinness probably. And some other like creamy stouts. And if it's not hop ciders, or not hops, bleh, if it's not a hopped beer, I could do that. There's like Framboise. And Framboise, it doesn't, I feel like it shouldn't count as a beer nearly. It's so easy. It's like drinking cider, honestly. It's like a cheat. It's a cheat. The Framboise type things. But yeah. The taste. It also depends on how quickly you're drinking it too. The difference between drinking like 3 beers over the course of 12 hours versus 3 beers in 1 or 2 hours. And then there's just all the carbonation too. Now there are some places that just do like still drinks, I think, but maybe not so much for beer. Maybe not so much for beer. But it is a thing for ciders. I've had some ciders that have been packaged a bit closer to wine, honestly. And they don't add the carbonation in. They don't do any back sweetening, so it's really... I shouldn't call them like rough tasting ciders, but they're like there's a certain rustic quality to it, you know? The artisanal, one varietal ciders from a tiny farm in upstate New York, that kind of thing. Bud Light or Coors. I think I have like a 24 pack of Ichiban. Is it Ichiban? Ichiran? A Japanese light beer. It's like kind of the equivalent of Coors, essentially, in terms of flavor. It's not really like drinking a whole lot, but it's the kind of thing where like, after doing a lot of work, if you want a beer, it's cool. It's cool. By it's cool, I mean it's in the fridge. It's literally a cool beer right there that won't get you trashed. 4. How many eggs in here do we have? Kirin Sapporo? Kind of, yeah. Kind of, yeah. Let me check. I don't remember exactly. It was on... it was available and it was something to try. Kirin Ichiban. Yeah. Kirin Ichiban. Because Ichiran is a ramen shop. Ichiran is the ramen shop, I've been to one of these, where everyone has essentially like their own little booth. And you don't even see the person who's serving you, really. There's just like a reed mat that gets pulled up and pulled down when they're handing you stuff. And it's let me grab a shot of this actually to show you what I'm talking about. I went before COVID. And I hope that they probably did okay during COVID, because it's very... it's kind of weirdly limited. Okay, that's a platy. That's still a platy. Okay, maybe if did I save this a J? I saved this a PNG. I saved this a PNG. Okay. What? Come on. Oh, don't crash. Okay. Was it that big? Was it that big of a problem? No. So yeah, this is Ichiran. Ichiran. It's a chain. So yeah, like you have a partition kind of thing. So even if you come with a group, you have to like bend around to talk to other people, and this is all in a row. It's like a giant bar wall essentially. It's essentially a giant bar wall. So everyone's sitting at the bar. So it's really optimized for going alone and eating your ramen alone and then getting the fuck out when you're done. In a way, I guess it's kind of a bit like going to an actual ramen shop in Japan, except without... They usually... I don't think they have the... I say usually. I don't think that they have walls up like that, but yeah, like in a bar line, and like eat, get in, order, eat, get the fuck out. Less chit chat, more slurp, slurp, slurpy slurp. I don't really like cinnamon, so I don't really do Fireball. They never want Ichiran. There are Ichiran in America too. There's one in New York City. There's one in New York City. But then I guess you're paying New York City prices. But they sometimes give out coupons, I think. Unless you're talking about going to like a regular bar, ramen bar. I say bar. Is this still called a bar? A ramen shop? In Japan, in which case there are ones that I don't want to say cater to Westerners, but like they have an English menu. I tended to go to places that I knew would be kind of Western friendly because I didn't trust myself to be able to order in Japanese. At least if they have a menu in English, it's kind of like they'll be okay with me going in. They'll be okay with me going in. Hello, Backsack. How are you? I see what you did there. I'm counting. What am I counting? I'm counting eggs. I'm counting eggs. Let's see. We're counting eggs in 4. Okay, that's 4. 2. I guess there's plenty of time for that. The nothing. Wow. Mexican family from... I remember taking my family to... I took my family to a Korean barbecue place. That was really embarrassing in some aspects. There were some parts where it was actually surprisingly cool because my mom was like, oh, beef tongue, I haven't had that in ages, and she was going for it. Some of the, like, I guess, depending on your family backgrounds, like some of the meat choices, like some families don't like or would not be interested in eating offal, but my family is more okay with it. But I think some of the other things was a little worrisome for them, especially because like This is embarrassing to admit. My family really likes their food well cooked. They like it well cooked, which is kind of... You don't need your steak like a hockey puck. You don't need your steak like a hockey puck. But I think that was more so from the background from where they are, I hope. I could be wrong, though. Band from Texas. Yeah. Actually, I'm just thinking, my parents are traveling America right now, actually. They're getting to try a whole bunch of things, and I haven't heard a whole lot about what they're doing. And they are actually in the South and Southwest. So it's kind of a, have they learned? Have they explored? Have they enriched themselves with that sort of thing? Or are they just sending back the meat because it's not done enough? I don't know. Lingua. Yeah, my mom... I think I remember her talking about, I guess one of my aunts really liking, like, chicken feet when she was growing up. So it's kind of, oh, okay. Fine with all sorts of foods. It's not my mother as much, it's my father. My father is very picky with his steak. I think my father likes overcooked. I don't want to say bland. Actually, I don't remember. One of them likes spicy things and the other one doesn't. So it ends up being not spicy overall. Okay. I was counting. Someone had like 4 or 6 eggs. How many eggs do I have? My nose. I have 1 egg. That's pitiful. I have 1 egg. Okay. I'm trying to think, aside from the Korean barbecue, what is the most adventurous thing that they've had? Thinking. Only California rolls. My mother likes Thai curries. And my father eats sushi. My father eats sushi. I don't want to say a lot, but he's I don't want to say he's adventurous even necessarily, but he's fine with raw fish for some reason. For some reason, raw fish is fine. My mother, I actually don't know if I've ever seen her eat a raw sushi roll. I say raw sushi roll. It was sushi that has raw fish in it. But I do know that she likes a lot of Thai curries. Ceviche. Oh, there's a place really close by that should do, not ceviche, they do carpaccio. And I really want to go back. Oh, carpaccio is really tasty. And it's not like you can find that just anywhere, right? And it's really close. It's really close. It's Italian. It's an Italian joint. I had this carpaccio like 10 years ago and I haven't had it since. I'm not, especially with COVID, it's like I'm not going to get like carpaccio delivered. That's kind of strange, you know? I'm not going to get carpaccio to go. No. Carpaccio is sliced raw beef. Very, very thinly sliced raw beef in this case. It could be beef, veal, venison, salmon, or tuna, but in this case it was beef. It's an appetizer. I don't know if I've had ceviche though, personally. But I wouldn't be against it, obviously, since I'm here with my like other raw fish and my raw beef. I know that there's a German dish that uses raw ground beef. Raw ground beef. I haven't had it. I don't really think it's sold in like Midwest or like northern Midwest America because they have a heavy German a more pronounced German ancestry to that population area compared to where I am now. But I guess in Germany you can buy this food. It's not beef tartare for the German one. Hello, Kagasa. Thank you for the watering. Okay, I'm out of cider, but I do have tea. I do have tea. It's like cooked, but it's not. I guess it's kind of a case of define cook. Is it heat or not? Because there's also kind of the case of it's not cooked, but it's preserved. For some foods, like smoked salmon is not necessarily cooked, especially if it's cold smoked, but it is preserved. Chemically cooked. Okay, yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Cook pucks. Eat raw. Look again, like the raw ground beef. Okay, raw ground beef German dish. It's called Metter Hackpetter. Yeah, yeah, and it's popular in Germany and Poland. Oh my god, you have to see this. Give me a second. I'm going to show you something. I would try this. I think it would kill me. I think it would kill me. Oh, this isn't it. This is not it. Let me grab up the right one. Okay. This is an example of one of the things. Let me grab him, make him a little smaller. Look at him. Isn't he so cute? He's not actually... It's a hackpetter. It's made of beef, not hedgehog. It's cute, and you don't cook it. You don't cook it. Which is probably what... Like, having this raw in terms of, like, the onions would kill me. Cannibal steak? What about cannibal steak? Cannibal steak. I don't know if I could use those words in my house. Might be confused for something else. Raw beef and onions. Yes, very classic. Classic. Oh man, there's so many. Okay, there's another cute. Hold on, there's another really cute one. Let me save over. Oh, he's so cute. Save this. Come on. Oh, I saved it as the wrong type of thing. Look at him. Isn't he precious? Isn't he adorable? Isn't he adorable? Again, I don't think I could eat it, but as a display piece. And look, using the chives. Using chives for whiskers. Are those capers? I feel like that's capers for the eyes and the nose. But not... Maybe I shouldn't say capers. What is, like, pre-pickled capers? Could eat them right out. Yeah. Almost. Again, the onions I'd probably pick out, honestly. But the raw meat doesn't bother me. Peppercorn, it could also be a peppercorn too, like a whole peppercorn. Actually, yeah, it might be that because they do, this is salt and peppered meat, apparently. It is salt and peppered meat. So, kind of, it won't have the same effect, necessarily, just like having rested with a whole peppercorn on it, but it might impart a little bit of flavor. Oh, okay. This one is... Oh god, there's so many of these and they look so similar and yet at the same time they look so different. Give me, this is another one. This is much smaller. This is a much smaller one. He's a little cursed. I think they tried to cook this one. They tried to cook it first and then put the onions in afterwards, maybe? He looks kind of dead inside and out. Everything is edible if you're brave enough. Someone asked me, I've got a couple, I have at least a gallon of ice cream in my freezer, and so it's kind of like, Prim, is there anything else? It's kind of like, there's a lot of meat. There's a lot of meat in that freezer, too. It's not just ice cream, it's ice cream and meat. Yeah, that hedgehog. For a second I thought that the bit of lettuce or whatever, maybe it's like a white radish on the bottom, was teeth. Like a little grinning tooth mark. Carnitas. Depending on what kind of meat's in it. Let's see. I had a plan. The plan was to put more eggs in a basket. Or, no. Cavity. Eggs in a cavity. It's not in a basket. It's in a cavity. Basket's a different type. Basket is, I guess, closer to like this. Wow, I just realized how bad this entire row is for all this. I could put a food to lay more eggs. I might want to do that. We'll pay a wheat. Wheat is easier to come by. We're gonna lay eggs on. We're gonna just fill this one up with eggs. And nothing else. Grilling and beef skill. I don't really like cooking. And my father doesn't have very strong cooking skills. My mother's cooking skills are also kind of weak. I don't enjoy cooking, but I can still cook, and I help out where I can. I help out where I can. So I've made some monstrosities in my lifetime. I've made a turducken twice. Once it was a gluten-free turducken. And I've smoked Cheez-Its. I've smoked Cheez-Its. Baking is more... I shouldn't say it's more interesting. I think baking has a lot more rest time, which is kind of nice. Smoked Cheez-Its was a trend for a while, actually. In certain circles. Kind of like smoking hot dog ends. You can smoke a lot of things. I feel like people have been smoking, it's kind of like, can you smoke a liquid? And I feel like people have been. Kind of like how you can deep fry ice cream, and there's been like deep fried Coke, right? And stuff like that. Not that I've had deep fried Coke, as far as I know. But it wouldn't surprise me if someone tried to like make up a pan of soda or something and then smoke the soda. Or if there's another way to kind of turn it into a solid, because there are like some fancy tricks like that. I've had a foaming soy sauce that was really interesting. I say foaming as if it were actively foaming, but it was like a solid foam block. It wasn't melting or anything like that. It was static. It was because of a certain chemical interaction. It was a very good soy foam. Cocktail smoker? What do you mean by cocktail smoker? Cocktail smoker? Oh, no. No. Looking at these, like, little baby ones. Oh, that's a tiny little... I've never heard of a cocktail smoker before. Is this like a gastronomy type deal, it looks like? Yeah, it looks like a gastronomy kind of thing. No, I know someone who has like a big electric smoker, and I know someone else who's going to be getting like a really weird... It's like a witchy smoker, I swear. It's like a tripod grill. With chains on it and stuff. It looks really neat. Give me a second. So I know someone who... one of my board game people has gotten one, and you know the season's coming up, so I'm hoping he's gonna like host so we can try it out, and maybe, who knows, maybe I'll pick one up myself. Let's see. Old fashions. I don't think I've had one like that. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that, even though I've had old fashions, but maybe it's more so because I just make old fashions at home and I'm not gonna don't have that at home. But no, it was an electric smoker. So it's kind of like cheating, electric smoker, but at the same time, like, don't have to sit out waiting and, like, manually adjusting the temperature so much. So no like, sweet pink ring for the meats. But if you're doing a tray of Cheez-Its or something, it's fine. If you're doing a tray of Cheez-Its, it's fine. Oh, yeah, when you make the food talk and stuff, I feel kind of bad, but I've done the same. I actually have a photo of, so when I was doing the turducken, I did a photo of ripping the spine out of one of the birds. I don't remember which one. There were 3. There were like 6 of them, you know? So it's just like, it's a fatality picture, ripping at the spine. This is a Mortal Kombat situation. And just like maneuvering the bird bits. And like, oh, look, it's got a little tail. And like, oh, here's the neck. And like, oh God, here's the neck. When you think about it too closely. If you think about the neck too closely. When it's like a D-skin neck. Where is it? Where is it? Where is that new smoker that my friend got? It is a... birch barrel. It's a birch barrel. Okay, can I get a photo of it? Wait, you put the... Oh, next to her. I thought for a second you said that you put the like on top of your own head. Okay. Oh Jesus, this is bigger than I thought. For some reason, based on the like lone photo, I thought it was a bit small, but this puts it into a different perspective. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is a big picture. This is a big picture. Holy shit. This is a big grill. So yeah, grill like this. I thought it was a lot smaller based on the photos, but dang, look at that. It's a monster. That's a monster. It's also like $1,000. It's $1,000. But yeah, you can grill, you can smoke, blah, blah, blah. It's a multitasker or whatever. But at the same time, like, well, there's the electric grill. Or not grill, electric. I don't have a grill. I have a deck, but I don't have a grill. I have a smoker. It's not the same. It's not the same. Yeah, it's it's a specialty online grill kind of thing. Like, I don't think you're gonna find this in a Home Depot or maybe like a specialty. We don't have these around where I live necessarily, like places that sell only grills, but there are, I'm sure, like places that mostly like focus on selling grills and grilling accessories, propane accessories. So maybe like Hank Hill would sell some. No, he wouldn't, because this is not propane based. This is charcoal based, I guess. I guess it's charcoal based. It's like a whole fire pit. I do have a fire pit. Maybe you could just like put this in place. I probably shouldn't though. Probably shouldn't actually. Just have it next. Actually, no, this goes on the deck. This goes on the deck. Fireplace is down below. I also want to get a bigger Conroe grill. I want to get a bigger Conroe. My Conroe is like absolutely tiny. You can put like 3 sticks of yakitori on it and that's it. But yeah, it's gonna be something to not necessarily save up for. I say that. It's like $1,000. I don't just have to like plan out what to spend money on this summer. Like, okay, so what gets what treatment? Do I restain the deck? Do I get the fireplace rebuilt? Do I get the grill? Do I what else was there? What else is there? Do I get the upstairs deck refinished? Do I buy front porch furniture? Because I only have back porch furniture right now, unfortunately. Building that entertainment set. There's also the hot tub in the garden. You probably haven't seen it. That's fine. That's fine. There's a hot tub, but it needs a little bit of work. It needs a little bit of work. Owning a home is a big deal. Owning a home is a big deal. Even though it's not a big place. Still, there's so much work to be put into it. That's why I need to take the upcoming week off before it fully gets into spring. Fully gets into the wheel of things. I need to start preparing some stuff. Working through this. Making plans. Making spreadsheets. Breaking out the garden map and checking to see, because I didn't have daffodils on my map last year. I must have missed them. So I have to mark them down and see what else I can identify at this time of year. It's gonna suck too, because I'm on vacation during part of this when things are gonna be starting to bloom. And this happened last year too. I had like a family vacation in like the pinnacle of gardening season, like active gardening, and a bunch of my plants went through how to put this. They nearly died. They nearly died, a lot of them, because I could not... they're not high maintenance necessarily, but they need more maintenance than they got during the week I was away. They need more maintenance than they got them during the week I was away. It kind of sucks, like, having to try and find a garden sitter. Pet sitters, yeah. Kid sitters, yes. Who the fuck gets a garden sitter? Who gets a garden sitter? I was looking forward to those tomatoes. I don't even like tomatoes. I wanted to actually try one, though. I lost an entire crop. None of them made it out. None of them. From one particular plant, anyway. Yeah, that requires having a friend in the area. I do have one friend, but he lives in an apartment, and he doesn't have anything, like, it feels a little awkward to ask someone like that to do something when he's okay with cats and stuff. It's just, there's no trade involved, you know? When I lived with my family before, it was a little easier because I was very good friends with the neighbors because we had all been around for a long time, a very long time. Like, we knew each other. We knew what other situations were like. So we would watch each other's houses and watch gardens and animals and stuff like that. And now I don't live there anymore. I live in a new area, and I haven't really gotten used to the neighbors yet. I know them a little bit, but I don't feel comfortable asking them to, like, hey, can you take care of my garden? Can you take care of this or that? And they haven't asked the same of me. Maybe in like a decade I'll warm up to the idea, you know? I'm not... I'm very guarded, I think, with new people. As a profession? Oh, for like kid sitters and like pet sitters and stuff? Yeah. And there's also the fact that I had already asked that person to help with the cats, and my cats are special needs, so like that's difficult enough as is. At least this year, I guess, because of the situation, I can ask my current cat sitter if they can take care of the garden. But upcoming after that, I don't know if that's gonna work. Let's see. Let's see. 5 eggs. 2 eggs. 6 eggs. 8 eggs. They only have 5 eggs in the correct sort of spot, and that's the maximum they're going to be able to do. So at least we're going to tie. They have 6 eggs. And it's going to be a 3-way tie. It's going to be a 3-way tie if nothing changes. Okay. This is so sad. If I place him here, it's really cute. It counts towards my... Okay, we're going to do this. I already placed it. We're going to spend an egg. And it counts us to this. It's going to count, right? It's only 4? Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Shit, I only have 4. So I only hit the minimum. Nick, Nickelodeon. Yeah, that's not how it goes. Nick. Nickelodeon. That's not how it goes either. Bleh. I know what you're saying though. Do you remember the Stick Stickly? Do you remember Stick Stickly? And his chant for his P.O. Box address. That's one of those things that I think might only really be available on VH. If someone recorded it on VHS and put it on YouTube, that kind of thing. I don't think that those, yeah, the promos, I guess they wouldn't really be available anywhere else. Like, why would they ever put a DVD out for that? I used to actually be, I feel bad. I was afraid of Are You Afraid of the Dark? I was actually afraid. I never really wanted to watch any of the scary things on there. That's mostly what I think of now when I think of Nickelodeon. That and some of the other older shows. But I only really remember one episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark? Let's see. Hold on. All these birds are still not birds I want. Okay. We're gonna draw birds. We're gonna draw random birds. Okay, this is good. We got a bird that's useful to us. A snowy owl. That'll hit us up to 5 if we play it. It's 2 mice. We don't have mice. Shit, we don't have mice. Then there is draw a new bonus card. Okay, that's neat. It's not ideal, but if I'm going for this bonus. Oh, and the house wren is another one. That's good. Oh, it's a twofer. It's a twofer. Okay. We all get a fish. And we can tuck. I don't actually want to tuck, though, which is kind of a pain. I'm not going to tuck. We're going to skip. You don't have the points? Oh, you don't have the points? You didn't save up? You know that there is a... I guess it requires you to still be in the chat. Or not in the chat. In the stream, though. Scrounge those points. There's an app that you can install, right? Like, is it a better frequency? Something like that? So it automatically clicks the button so you can earn those points. One more action. Do we do eggs? Do we do eggs? Hold on. How many dots do I have? Okay. So the only person who's completely done is this. And they have 8 eggs, and they're 5. And they maxed out at 5 here for the cavities. For cavities. Egg cavities. We have... Holy shit. Did you see this great tit right here? How many? 6 eggs on that alone. Shit. 8. They have 8 eggs in that. Fuck. Okay, 3, 4. They only have 4 eggs. So 8 eggs. 4 eggs. I'm gonna be laying eggs. We're gonna tie for first. But damn, that's it. More egg? Yeah, more egg than nest. I can pay a food. We're gonna pay food to do it. We're going to discharge one of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can activate the tuck. I don't want to get rid of these, though, because they fit my needs. Ish. They're not, like, the greatest birds for this, though, which kind of sucks. I'm probably going to be finishing this game and then calling it, honestly. And we're just approaching the last season. We spent a lot of time discussing villains. We spent a lot of time discussing villains like McLeach and Golden Eagles and stuff, because it was a case of, like, okay, so... I remember there being a Golden Eagle in Rescuers Down Under, but at the same time, are there Golden Eagles in Australia? Because they're American, I guess, and it's just kind of a question mark, question mark, question mark. Disney, yo. don't gotta be based in reality. Look at this eagle. It's gonna, like... This eagle weighs, like, 5 times as much as this kid. Yeah. Yeah, this bird is, like, 20 feet big. It's not based in reality. This Australian golden eagle. And also, I misremember what the rescuers down under Golden Eagle looked like. It's been a couple of years since I've seen the movie. I thought it was closer to what a Golden Eagle looks like in real life, but it's more gold and white than anything else. We need food. We need food. What? Okay. Do we... I mean, I need... I need food and this all sucks. This is not what I need. Australia. Australia has a lot of things going on with it. But they make up animals anyway, don't they, Disney? They make up animals anyway. Look at Flounder. Look at Flounder and then look at an actual flounder. It doesn't look anything like a real flounder, really. Flounder look fucked up. I guess I shouldn't say fucked up, but they are not a particularly good-looking fish. It almost feels like a... what's the phrase? Like a payoff from the fish industry, honestly, to Disney to be like, yo, make people think flounder look cute, pretty, whatever. So that they're more willing to eat it. Like the name of a Chilean bass. It's bass, right? Or is it bass? It's bass. Bass for the fish. I'm really bad with bass versus bass when it comes to music and fish. So the bass, Chilean bass, is not actually a bass at all. It's a name for a Patagonian toothfish, I believe. Chilean sea bass. It would help if I could spell bass. Hold on. Yeah, it's a Patagonian toothfish. And so it's not exactly the prettiest thing. But again, I guess it's like not that bad compared to like a flounder, honestly. Flounder realistic, but they still didn't actually make flounder look floundery. Because like, well, if you played Animal Crossing, you kind of know what a flounder looks like. They look... I'm sorry. Okay, here's a flounder. I'm bringing... What the fuck is an avid file? What the fuck is an avid file? Okay, flounder. I should have just... I'm just gonna fit. We're gonna fit. Fit to screen. Look at this boy. Look at this boy. He's not happy with it. I don't really know if they made flounder look quite like this either. Yeah. They're a flat boy. Here's another one. Here's another boy. Another flounder. They are, yeah. They're special fish. Tasty? Ugh, I wouldn't necessarily say tasty. I wouldn't necessarily... I guess they do look better than, like, a sunfish. Sunfish are, like, little horrible monsters. I say that. What's a sunfish? Yeah, sunfish. A sunfish actually look prettier, but the spines... if you know the spines are like, it's just like, I don't fucking want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with a sunfish. Maybe that might be more of a regional thing, actually, because looking at... Okay, so when I say sunfish, I'm not talking about a Norfolk sunfish. I'm talking about a sunfish closer to this boy, where the spines are actually really pokey. They're really pokey. They hurt. Fish with human fish? Human teeth? A bluegill? I don't know all the names of all the different fish. But it may be like a bluegill. There's also like green sunfish and stuff too. Sheep's head. Human fish with human teeth. The flounder kind of looked like it had like messed up human teeth, but I think I would eat shark, which might contain human teeth, incidentally. You know, it wouldn't surprise me. Same thing with tuna. Like tuna might contain human teeth, incidentally. I haven't had too many opportunities to gut fish myself. Only maybe like 2 or 3 times. Last time I think I did it was for a sanma. Sorry. Sorry? Sorry. Sorry. Human teeth? No. What are you talking about? There's no such... There's no such thing, right? Human toothed fish? Human toothed fish. Human toothed fish. Make it go away. Okay, it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Okay, it's gone. It's gone. You can look it up on your own. I'm not putting that up here. I'm not cursing you with this knowledge. It's Coast who has cursed you with that knowledge. It's not going on. No. It's not even against you. It just freaks me out a lot. It freaks me out a lot. It's like someone no, it does not matter how much money you donate. It does not matter. I am not tempted by money. I'm not tempted by money. Like, there are some people who Photoshop bits together, and I've seen, like, I remember Callie showing off a cat that was half a cat. I think it was an SCP thing, and she made it very clear, like, this is not actually a half cat, this is a Photoshop cat. Because it's supposed to be like a portaled cat, essentially. And it kind of looks like one of those sorts of things. It doesn't look real. But at the same time, it looks too real. Okay, we need food. We need food. We're gonna take a wheat. We're gonna reroll. Look at these beautiful mice. Look at these beautiful mice. Too bad we can only take one. Fuck. But that's one cheaper. We're gonna take a mouse. We're not gonna tuck. We're gonna skip the tuck. Because these draw on each other. These play on each other. Now the question is, where do we go from here? Where do we put these 2 birds? Because it is going to be 2 birds. This is like the worst game I played recently. Maybe I shouldn't have put the difficulty up so high. I did fine last time, but I guess it really was just lucky. Bull sharks. There's a lot of sharks that are edible. Even if they need to be put through some like crazy process, they're still edible. I think, as Kokasa said, you can like eat anything. It's like you can eat any shark, right? Once. Even if they might taste of urine and poison. I say maybe they won't taste like poison, but they'll taste bad. And maybe like urine. Bull sharks. Okay. I could see that. I wouldn't be against it as long as they're not like endangered, I guess. I try it. I've been trying to keep a bit more open about things in terms of food. Like I've had horse. I've had horse raw and cooked. Horse raw and cooked. And honestly, I didn't like either. Not because it's horse, but because it was just so chewy. It was bad. Maybe it'd be better if it were like more of a meatball type thing than what I had, like with more fat mixed in, maybe. But the way I had it, there was too much connective tissue. Bull sharks. Oh, that's right, because isn't there like there's a shark thing. There's like it's like shrimp. It's like fish and chips, but like shark. Shark bake, is it? Bacon shark. It's bacon shark. Trinidadian. It uses shark meat and flatbread. I wouldn't mind trying bacon shark. And also, isn't there so like fish and chips is very depending on the fish will depend on like what's local and what's cheap, right? Okay, so this is a bacon shark. According to Wikipedia, this is bacon shark. I'd be willing to try bacon shark. I wonder what kind of do they use bull shark or bacon shark, or is it just whatever they catch? Okay, so sometimes they use catfish and ray, but I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind any of those cases. Seems like it'd be fun to try. Interesting to try. But no, there's also, I think for fish and chips, shark, Australia, fish chips. Oops. Okay, I guess in some places in Australia they were using shark instead of fish. A lot of fish are mislabeled. A lot of fish are mislabeled. Okay, yeah, so I guess it's known as flake in Australia. Black tip or white tip? Okay, I think I can see that. Then there's Hakarl, which I don't think I'm gonna... I would like to think I would keep an open mind for that and like search storming and stuff. I honestly, it might be a case of like... Can I overcome the smell? Can I overcome the smell? It might be like I put on a brave face beforehand, but when it actually comes down to like being faced with the open can or the food right in front of me, I can't guarantee that I would be able to eat it. I'd like to think I would try. Sometimes these things are just kind of like burn through, honestly. Sometimes smells burn through. Okay, we are going to play... What do you mean we can't play this? Oh, it has to go into the waterway or the... Okay, so we can fill out the waterway or we can fill out the eggs. This is going to be so weird. Okay. Because again, we have like birds with no eggs as a thing. So I guess I just want to like... How many... Ooh, that's a lot of it. That's 5. So I probably want to fill out this guy first and then start filling out this one. So we're actually going to play this. We're going to spend an egg from here. Oh, we need to spend 2 eggs. And we're going to play this one. Oh, we need to spend eggs again. Oops. Well, worst case scenario, that didn't actually really hurt us terribly. Behaviorist. For each column that contains birds with 3 different power colors. Brown, white, pink, teal. Ooh, this is bad. We have... This row is entirely played and it's got only 2 colors. It's brown and white. Or teal and white, and that's it. Fuck. That's bad. Okay, we're gonna draw a card. Oh, fish are mislabeled. Yeah, fish tend to be mislabeled. There's a whole thing about, I think, especially in sushi markets and stuff, it might be labeled as, I think there's a, is it red snapper? But most of the time it's actually not. And there's also some fish that have certain, you can't eat too much of them, otherwise they'll give you gastrointestinal distress. And it's some sort of oil in the fish. And I think that's another one that commonly gets slipped in by accident, quote unquote. Not like they're intentionally doing it necessarily, but things get transferred from the person selling the fish to the person who caught the fish, person selling the fish, maybe another one or two intermediaries, distributors down to the fish shop. It can happen at any point in there. So it's not like, I want to say after a certain point, if you're a chef coming into a like not particularly established sushi shop or like fish selling shop, and you're taught that this looking fish is red snapper, and you get it from the same distributor, you just might not even realize that's not what it's supposed to look like. Indoctrinated to the wrong look. That kind of thing. I could definitely imagine that happening. What do you mean? You're always supposed to cook your steak until it's a puck. Or something I saw once on a cooking channel. It was a smoked meat shop, a barbecue joint. And there was a new waitress who didn't realize what proper smoke food should look like. One of the customers asked if their meat was raw because there was pink in it. And this was a undercover, like, fake customer. So the waitress was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, blah, 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 I'll get you, like, new stuff right away. And then take it to the back and, like, maybe we should have taught you this. Maybe we should have taught you that, yes, it is supposed to be pink. It's not raw. This is not, like, raw pink. This is smoked pink. Sea bream. Okay, well, I just realized one thing that I probably won't have again is sea urchin. I don't like sea urchin. The texture bothers me so much. The texture bothers me so much. Okay. What card? Quail was another one. We're gonna grab a quail. Then it's kind of a case of shit. We don't have any more places to put it. We don't have any other places to put it. Because I would just put it in here and like start spamming eggs laying for points. But we are out of space in that row. That's my problem. Okay. Wow. Just, there's no egg spots for the brown-headed cowbird. Why? Why does it not have any... Okay, we're gonna go to the... Oh, that's why. Once between turns. When each player... Come on, don't move me like that. When another player takes a lay eggs action, this bird lays one egg on another with a... with a basket nest. Cowbirds do not make nests, they lay their eggs in other birds' nests. So they don't even have a nest symbol. That's weird. That's weird. It's not even a star. They just don't get a symbol. Dang. Okay. So they have 5. They have 4. They have 2. But I cranked it. 1, 2, 3. I'm very clearly winning this. I don't know if it's necessarily a good thing. There's something to be said, though, about eating quail and other, like, Cornish hens and stuff like that. In the case of you want to, like, nearly demolish an entire small creature all at once. You just want to be left with, like, a rack of bones. You want to be left with a skeleton, a whole skeleton you can play with at the end of your meal. That's why you get a Cornish hen. You want to feel like a European... You want to feel like European royalty from the Middle Ages? Cornish hen, quail. Because, like, what else are you going to be able to do with that? Rabbit, I guess, too? maybe rabbit? I've not actually had a whole rabbit. I can acquire a whole rabbit, but it's usually too expensive. I say that as if, like, I wouldn't be willing to shell out for it. It's just, I guess, Like, I've made turducken, and I've made goose and stuff like that, but those were all for certain events, I suppose. And it's a case of, like, maybe I could do rabbit for Christmas instead of goose. Or duck. Maybe I'll do rabbit this year. That could be fun. That could be fun. Quail wrapped in bacon? Have you ever... I once made deviled quail eggs. That was a pain in the ass. That was also for another event. I think I had bacon. There may have been like a bacon kimchi type filling for the deviled part of the deviled egg. Quail eggs. This is such a pain to hard boil like that and make it look good when it's sliced. You have to like be very gentle and keep it swirling, because otherwise it'll end up lopsided and kind of fucked up. Christmas carnitas instead of Christmas ham. Well, not everyone does a Christmas ham either, but I guess it is a very American thing. Yeah. And then there's just the fact of like trying to get a set of quail eggs where it doesn't have something cracked in it too, to start with. Yeah. They were very cute. And they make for, like, taste... It was a tiny appetizer type thing. It was a tiny appetizer. And, like, very cute to try once. I don't know if I'm gonna make them again. Not unless it's for a, like, very themed party. I'd rather just make regular deviled eggs. And everyone... I hate to say, like, people get impressed by just using a icing tip for deviled eggs and not just, like... Not just like scooping it in haphazardly, I suppose, or even doing plain bag with a tip cut, the tip cut out. When you have the slight icing tips, people are unduly impressed. It's just one more thing to clean, but I guess it does kind of like up the presentation just a tiny bit. You don't boil... Really? So what about ramen? Ramen. You know, like ramen eggs? Those are delicious. And they're boiled. They're boiled. Though they're kind of like a soft boiled. But not entirely soft boiled. But closer to soft than hard. I grew up eating soft... I say soft boiled eggs. I actually don't know... Let's see, soft-boiled. Like, what? How far does it have to be to be soft-boiled? Not poached. No. So... Okay, not, like, fully soft-boiled, but partially soft-boiled. If that makes sense. So not, like, 100% gooey. But, so there are egg cups, so... egg cup. Put your egg in the egg cup, crack it open the top, and then you know, salt, pepper the top or whatever, and then just scoop, and you end up with an empty shell at the end. It's fine. Yeah, Wingspan. They're coming out with the Oceania expansion. Sometime this year. This is the European expansion. Not limited to European expansion, but there are European expansion cards in here, as evidenced by my bird bander. It's animated, and you can hear bird noises. There's also music too, but I turned the music down. We're just listening to bird noises. Scotch eggs are boiled and fried? Yeah, that's right. Scotch eggs are... You boil it first. Not hard boil, but you boil it, then you like wrap it in the sausage, and then you fry it, right? Yeah, you can do it on commands. And there's also trivia on the back. And they're animated when you place them down. So it's really cool if you like birds. You don't have to play them to hear, but you do have to play them to see the animation. Yeah. It's a good interpretation. And also, I can't show it right now, I don't think. No, I can't. but like the backgrounds are different, so you can look at other people's tableaus and you can set it so it's different. So, and some of them have interaction points. So this is the Ramadan backgrounds, and they give you a cannon because, and then they have like a little picnic at the back. I guess it's like a Ramadan. You can only eat at night, right? So that people tend to have things I think are like dense in protein and stuff like that because it helps hold you over for during the day. So I guess like before the sun rises in the morning and after the sun sets late at night, but depending on the time of year, that could be really rough. But yeah, so like a Ramadan spread, I guess. And you can like zoom in and out, and they have seasonal backgrounds too, and like, ones for different time periods. So this is the cherry blossom seasonal. Little terubozus. And cherry blossom field. This is a lot easier to see when I didn't have it, when I wasn't near the end of the game. I can understand that. I can understand. Texture problems. But ramen eggs are so good. Let me grab a photo of a ramen egg. There's the ramen joint, and they're like not the greatest, except they do a pretty decent, like their eggs are pretty decent. Okay, ramen eggs. So they're soft boiled on the inside, but they also stick them afterwards into, either they have usually a container of soy sauce to let them marinate a bit, so the soy sauce kind of melts into the I say skin. So you peel them after you boil them, and then you put them in the sauce, and it can either be like a tub that you can keep them in, or you can cook them in the sauce to like glaze them a bit. Depending on how fast you want it to penetrate. Because I guess it might be a case of like you don't want to keep them too long into a marinade of a jar, because it will get too strong of a flavor. So there has to be some sort of sweet spot. I don't know what the sweet spot is. You can also do this with other things like tea. You can do this with tea. And I guess this is just like pickled eggs, except it's soy sauce eggs instead. I haven't had pickled eggs in a while. Thank you for the follow. Is it Visi Avarisha? Or is it Vicky? Vicky Avarisha. And is it Tia or Shia? Yeah, it is a fun game. It's just my only game of the night, and it's been really long because we've been going up on tangents. Last time I had ramen was actually when I was playing Root, part of a collab a few weeks ago, and I felt really bad trying to like slurp down the noodles in between turns. And after a certain point, we were talking about like lizard, because I was playing a lizard cult, so it's just like, here I am playing the lizard cult, and I'm about to like swallow this ramen egg half whole. Essentially, it's like, yeah, lizards are my people. Apparently, lizards are my people. Vici, okay. Welcome. Thank you for the follow, Vici. Now it's more of a case of I have 3 actions left. Also, this was on sale. I don't think it's still on sale anymore. I think the sale just ended because I bought the expansion for cheaper than it normally sells for. I can just lay eggs. How many eggs do I have? I have 4 eggs. Oh yeah, I've tried Root. I have the digital, there's a digital copy of that that's also really good. Though, unfortunately, the digital copy of Root, the official digital game, only supports 4-player at maximum still. I think it's 4-player? Because we had 5 people, I believe, in the collab. So we had to make do with the Tabletop Simulator Edition, which is very expansive, very well made, but it's still a Tabletop Edition, or Tabletop Simulator game. It made me feel better though because it's actually linked on the on the website of the producer of the game. So it's kind of, well, if they support it, it's fine. And it's not like I don't already own the physical board game and the digital board game. So, like, triple dipping would be sad. Triple dipping would be sad. Yeah, I've played it in person a number of times before I had the digital version. It feels weird to say, like, right now I fancy the lizard cult, but, like, I have a choice. I have a choice. I'm playing lizard cult if I can. I don't mind. I played all the other factions in person. Actually, maybe not all the other factions in person. I say that because there's more factions we haven't broken out. We've only broken out in person the first expansion with the lizard cult and the otters. I've played all the expansion, or all the factions from the original and that expansion in person and online against AI. Two closest. Mine are still in state, but the problem is getting them together, and it's kind of a case of everyone's gotten so many new board games that if we do get together, we're playing something new. Almost every time it's something new or learning new rules. I actually haven't gotten together since January, so it's kind of a case of, it's about that time. We should probably call them up and see if they're willing to get together to do something new again. There's another one, Oath by the same people who made Root, and that's the one that's gotten more play recently from us. Food isn't worth anything. Also, I can't afford to put this bird down. What am I doing? I can't afford to put this bird down. This sucks. This sucks. If I do this, it's still... I'm still short. I'm still short. This is not going to work out. I have not tried Dune, but I do know someone who owns Dune. I know someone who owns Dune. I remember when it came out. I was at a convention during that time, and I remember seeing... you're talking about the most recent Dune one, actually, right? Not the older Dune. Doom. Yeah, the newer Dune. I know someone who owns it. I don't know anyone who owns the older one. I can't play this bird unless I wait on this, actually, so I'm gonna undo this real quick. It might be more worthwhile for me, too. Holy shit, the house finch, too. It has a lot to offer. I might just draw 2 cards and tuck. Okay. We get a fish. We're gonna tuck. What are we gonna tuck? I just need to play one more if it's... We're gonna tuck this one. We're gonna draw another one. No. Okay. Okay. That's another tucker. And we can afford to play this, and that's about it. We can afford to play this. And oh, this is so bad. This is not a great game that I've been playing today. I swear I can play better. It's very long. And length doesn't really bother the group too much, terribly. I've played other complicated games. I know someone who has Merchants of Venus, so I've gotten to play that 2 or 3 times, which is another lots of fiddly bits long game. Also set in space. Kind of curious how that happens, isn't it? And then there's just not Call of Cthulhu, it's not Call of Cthulhu. Arkham Horror. Arkham Horror. So if I play this here, and I tuck something else. Oh, but it won't activate until then. Never mind. So what is the best? Okay. This is worth more points though. Simply because this is all the food that we have. This is a bad game. Last one's gonna be laying eggs. I don't have any food either. I don't have any food. I can't do more than 4 eggs. This is gonna be not great. It's not gonna be great. House on Haunted Hill is really fun. I have a bunch of variations on that. There's a Scooby-Doo version. There's a Betrayal at Baldur's Gate version. I got to play the first edition. God, that was almost 2 decades ago nearly. Like a decade and a half ago, I played the first edition. The second edition, House on Haunted Hill, I was really excited, but the tile quality was kind of poor. They curled so quickly. I mean, the first one had its own problems. You could put the underground lake in like the attic. But I haven't gotten to play a whole bunch of the scenarios, to be honest. I would really like to get through more scenarios. I know there's a bunch of people who, I say a bunch of people, there's some people who've tried to bait me into playing, what is it, the campaign for North Africa? There's a bunch of people who've tried to bait me into playing that. It's campaign for North Africa, right? Yeah, it's campaign for North Africa. It's not got a number on it. Oh, it does have number. It's campaign for North Africa, Desert War, 1940 to 43. We've had some games that we've played that have probably hit that mark in terms of 6 to 8 hours, but it was very casual, conversational going on, honestly. And there's definitely kind of a difference between the first time playing as a group versus being a well-oiled machine where everyone knows what they're doing. I feel like it felt like that for us when we were initially taught. I say initially taught. We learned Battlestar Galactica, the board game. Actually, is there more than one Battlestar Galactica? I say Battlestar Galactica because it's a large number of players. There's betrayal mechanics. And it could take a while if you didn't know what you were doing necessarily, but with the trader mechanic, it was a little wibbly, I suppose. I think it was the Battlestar Galactica, the board game. Yeah. Oh, the North Africa game is a meme. It's a meme. It's horrifically convoluted. It is very long. It was not built to be played. It was kind of more of a theory crafting thing. And there's a lot of calculations involved. Like there's something about if you're playing the Italian faction, you need more water in your rationing sets because you need the water to boil your pasta. Things like that. Pasta water mechanics. Yeah. What do they say? Okay, so Campaign for North Africa has a rating of 6.1 over Geek. Let's ignore that. It's pretty weighty. It says 14 plus, 8 to 10 players. Best with 10 players. How many minutes? 60,000 minutes playtime. 60,000 minutes playtime. I think that the creators have never actually played a full game themselves. It was just 60,000 minutes. 60,000 minutes. Okay. How many hours in 60,000 minutes? That's 1,000 hours. That is 1,000 hours. 1,000 hours. That's 41 days of playtime. I'm guessing this is active playtime too, ish. But when it comes to picnic and long games, there's another one that I would be really excited to try sometime if you've ever heard of mega games. I want to try a mega game sometime. And those, I've heard that those are like weekend affairs essentially. At least the one that I've seen. Because you're basically playing, in some cases, United Nations. It's United Nations, except in this case, aliens. Aliens get involved. So I think that was like over 100 players, up to 300 players for some of those. Okay. End of round stuff. What are we doing? We're just gonna tuck everything. Oh, tuck, tuck, tuck. Can I tuck this? I can actually tuck this? No. Okay, I can't. I thought that was like something broken, because you shouldn't be able to tuck it. Oh, I can draw new cards. That was the point of it. Oops. Oh, but I get points, so it doesn't really matter. You get points for tuck birds. Game over. I've not played Arc Nova or DRG. I've not heard of those. I don't think. And I don't... Fair or foul? I mean, it's all bird play here. This is all bird play. Did you see? Okay, there's like someone... One of these players has like a monstrous tit. Hold on. Once the scoring is done, once you can see how poor this came out for me. Holy shit, 18 eggs. Okay, this is a little closer than I thought, but I'm pretty certain it's gonna still be pretty bad. Oh, I came in second. I really thought that wasn't gonna happen, but 100 points. Okay. Okay. I'm ducking down. I didn't have very good... I didn't have a very good engine built. I had really... Okay, I'm going to actually... I want to save it. Yes, we're gonna save. I guess I have to go back. Oh, I'm really blue now because of the lighting. Okay. It is the Preserve Archive. So yeah, I played a game yesterday. Or I say yesterday. I guess it was yesterday. Last morning before I went to bed, I played... Yeah, you can see it's like 5 a.m. Like 5 a.m. game. And that one went like stupid well for me. It was a well-oiled engine. I barely had to get food. I barely had to get food because other people were giving me food, incidentally. Okay, yeah. Score. Overview. Details? Oh, I just want overview? Okay. But yeah, so there was someone in here. I think it was the hen. No? Look at this tit. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 eggs. 6 eggs. So it was the one who got the, like, count... It got this point. Thank you. 5 a.m. game of Wingspan. Look, I wanted to play Minecraft at the same time if I play it before the sun is out. I don't really like mining in the dark in mine. I don't like mining at night in terms of, like, physically night where I am, because sometimes there are things that I don't want to, like, shriek too loud. So Wingspan was kind of a nice early morning, listen to the birds as they come out type thing. Calming game, you know, before bed, instead of the, like, I'm gonna shriek because a creeper's gonna snap up on me and behind it snap. Thank you for... Oh, right, tea. Water. Thank you. Thank you for the water. But yeah. I had a lot of difficult... Oh, look at this, too. Colors in their names. Goldfinch. Brown. Okay, I guess they only got 2. This one had Diet Specialist, which they only did once. So they missed on that. Birds that eat mice, though. So they got 2 for that. What did this one have? Bird feeder. Any bird with a wheat symbol. And they only had 2. So we all kind of sucked at that. I did the best. That's surprising. But I had a lot of difficulty with this. So 31% of the cards are supposed to be multi-environment, but we kept drawing in the pool single bird, or birds that only had a single environment. And when I did the deck draw, I was not getting lucky. I was very unlucky for that. And I had a lot of cards that allowed me to cycle through the deck. Thank you for the stretch. I'll take care of that. Okay, hold on, one more thing. I can't crack. I can't crack anything. Okay. Thank you. But yeah, my engine was not very well oiled. I had a lot riding on, as you can see here, tucked birds. I tucked a lot of holy shit. I tucked 14 cards. I tucked 14 cards. They tucked 6. 20? 20? What is this bird's special ability? And they had 14 cash. Holy shit, they had a lot of cash. No wonder he won. Okay. Oh, discard up to 5 food from your supply for each. Oh, this is the end of the round, though. So he did this. This is one of the first birds he placed. And he did that 3 times. Maybe 4 times? Jesus Christ, no wonder. No wonder. So, sorry, like every bird that is tucked like that, that's 20 points on this dove alone. 20 points. 14 points for food on this chickadee. Oh, dang. Dang. Okay, that explains so much. I gotta up my game. I gotta work on my luck skill, too. I gotta work on that luck skill. Okay. Oh, right, the preserve, real quick. So every time that you play a bird, not just see it, but play it, they get added to your preserve. So you get to see, you can, like, do the sounds. You can see where it is, where it exists. You can see their abilities, you can see their trivia. All the information. And, like, the animations, too. I believe this was done in coordination with Audubon Society. It is Audubon Society, right? Yeah, bird lore. Birds are so cool. Look at this one. Look at this gorgeous boy. Look at this ability, too. Place this bird sideways so that it covers 2 grass spaces. Pay the lower egg cost. That, it's a one-time thing, but that could be very useful depending. European roller chicks will vomit on themselves to deter nearby predators. Yes, you don't want to eat. You don't want your food pre-vomited. That's gross. I only want clean baby chicks as food. Thank you very much. Yeah. I'm trying to remember there was Link. Was it the snipe? Yeah, listen to that boy. I mean, heavy osprey. Mercancer? But yeah, there's some really cool bird noises. Oh, right, this one that has the ears. Okay, I can't see that one. It's got little rabbit ears. But yeah, tons of squeaky doorbird. Yeah, a lot of them in here are honestly pretty depressing. Like, some of them are cool, and then some are just like, this bird used to be available through like all of North America, but now it's like endangered and only in a certain area. Yeah, like this. This is also really depressing. Puffin's breeding areas are threatened by climate change. That's a very classic bird noise. I actually don't think I have a bleh. Do I? Actually, I can look up, so I can do filters. So, I guess if I filter by A, B? Yeah, I'm gonna... Wait, no, other way. I want the other way. Real quick, I want to see if I have a bald eagle. I don't think I do, because I know that there's a traditional bald eagle noise that you hear in videos, but it's actually not what a bald eagle sounds like, so I guess maybe that's something I should try and work towards, like unlocking a bald eagle noise in the game. Dick Sissel. Hold on. Yeah, here's another depressing one. Yeah, I don't think we unlocked it. I would have recognized it by now. I mean, how could you not? How could you not? Oh, because this is reversed. Ha 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 ha. I have a lot of problems. I say that with like A, B, ascending, descending, telling you the difference between those two. So if it were here, it would be in between these two. And wait, no, between the puffin and the barred sparrow, because BAL. Wait, it would be between barred sparrow and Baltimore eagle, because yes, this is where it would be. I can alphabetize. It just takes me a second. Just out of practice. Out of practice. I can read. I read every Sunday. Except this Sunday. Except the Sunday I'm not going to be doing on Twitch, I should say. Birds. Birds, birds, birds. Who is awake? It's a Friday night. It's a Saturday night. It's the wibbly time. It is the... There's a word for this. Transient time? There's another liminal space between days. It's a liminal space between days in the US where it may or may not be Friday or Saturday, depending on where you are. Who is up and doing things right now? Is there anyone? Oh, thank you for the... Thank you, I'm sorry. Thank you, Vici, for the subscription. Welcome to the garden. I play board games. I play board games every Friday night here. On Wednesdays, I'm playing longer form games. Right now, it's Legend of Mana. Sundays, I read on stream. But this upcoming week, I'm gonna be on break. It's spring cleaning. I'm a garden elf, so my garden needs some maintenance I need to take care of. And then the week after that, I'm going to be on vacation. Well, I'm gonna take photos because it's going to be to a place where there's going to be a garden show. After that, I'm going to be back, and it's going to be Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Is there anyone in board games? Are there any VTubers in board games? A little lewd? What do you mean a garden? It's a garden show. If I tell you, it's Disney's garden show, so it's not lewd at all. It's not lewd at all. It's like the opposite. You can't get away with shit with Disney. Except through Twisted Wonderlands, a little bit, sort of. The tone and the phrasing, garden show, yeah. I mean, when you think about orchid shows, that's kind of lewd. Orchid shows. But I think orchid show time has passed, honestly. Orchid show time has passed. Oh, so much work on the garden. Look, the daffodils are blooming. The hyacinths are going to be coming up soon. There's a lot in disarray. You need to put the fertilizer down and stuff. This is not making it sound much better, is it? Is it better if I say spring cleaning? Or is that worse? Let's see. I don't know where to go from here. Abigail is playing... Abigail's playing Mario Kart. It might be a bit of... actually, no. Corpse might be better, simply because the tone changed. Abigail's playing Mario Kart, and that's going to be kind of loud compared to what we're doing here with the birds. Compared to what we're doing with the birds. I understand. Someone said something earlier about, oh, what was it? Having to take care of... Okay, so... It's very hard to avoid making a blowjob joke when someone's talking about, like, blowing on cartridges and things like that, right? Right? I understand. Okay, let's raid corpse. Okay, this is the right way. Tabletop simulator night? I actually haven't played with chat at all. But I am actually interested in doing that. I just have to think of which game would be a good idea for it. But I wouldn't mind doing that. But sometime after break. It would be on a Friday if it's going to be on any day, though, because then free time to drink, not necessarily capped on time. And I already do board games on Fridays, so I just have to actually put together all the games I've been looking at in Tabletop Simulator recently have been like, is this playable solo or not? But I'll take a look into it, especially during my time off. I do have a week with a family in Disney, and there's going to be some travel time, so I'll take a look at what's available in the workshop. But thank you very much for coming. I will see you again in about two-ish weeks. You might also catch me in Twitch streams too, like watching other people. I will not be able to stream while I'm away, unfortunately. I can't. Thank you, and have a good night.